Yeah, so let's get started on, well, recapping what happened last time. Who wants to try and remember?
What happened last time? Last session, we went into our Jost, and then there was something like a crowd, and amongst that crowd, we received a letter. It was just shoved into our hands, and we have no idea who it's from. It's the letter that you solved that had Tears of Dragon on it. We didn't figure it out right away, so we went to see the elders first. At the elders, they are in some kind of chant or ritual, and we couldn't talk to them, but there was this ambassador whose name I don't remember, but anybody got that? it's a ambassador of the empire. Yeah.
Teriel Valar.
Teriel Valar, that's it.
You know, she was kind of nice. And then we tried to convince her to let us join their party, but that didn't pan out too well. We ended up divulging quite a lot of details to this ambassador, including the fact that we don't think Voltage is Voltage. But that unfazed her because we have no proof. So we built to that plan, and then we went to a tavern. The tavern was on the ladder, that strange ladder saying meet here. So we went there, went to the barkeep. At that point, we had solved the Tears of Dragon. We said we wanted the Tears of Dragon. And that's when we received the second clue with all of the math questions. Presumably, that's the armed forces, how they are stationed, but we didn't figure out what the math actually means. Yeah. And then we went back to the elders. This time, having asked the guards that we are supposed to have permission to speak, permission to sit, permission to whatever inside that location. That's what happened. And then they only wanted one representative to talk to the elders at any point of time. And Frid became the representative who, as persuasive as he is as a character, isn't the most wise, both as a character and as a player, and we couldn't get anything out of it. So yeah, then Reina wanted to interject with some of his ideas, but they wouldn't listen to Reina. But Reina kind of just forced his opinion down anyway. I think that's about it. We didn't get anything out of it, and we are supposed to go back the second day to see what's the result after all of our talking. I think that's where we are.
Yep, pretty much you went and rented an inn room and opened your portal there and headed over to the tower. and you tried once to scry. Your plan was that you wanted to now scry for things. You tried once using the random hand mirror that you found, but it was not valuable enough, so you wasted one spell on that. But yeah, you find yourself back at the tower, and oh yeah, Celery is still not here. Hold on. Celery is knows that they were talking about something like there's they brought a cleric of Mielikki over here who has holy water that you can use as a scrying font.
I asked to use that font.
Well, it is outside the tower grounds. So do you just go straight there?
Yes.
Okay. You find yourself in the forest, right next to the walls. So you're not far away. You so you find this hut that is basically seems to be weirdly like a lot of wood and plants and everything put together. It doesn't seem like it would be very structurally sound or anything, but somehow it is. And from the middle of it all, there's a tree that's growing. And apart from the hut itself, there's some flowers. You can see a little campfire, and there's a bucket with some really murky water in it next to the campfire. And you also see a black cat.
Let's go up and knock on the door.
Do you?
Yeah, just struggling with the map.
Following behind Fred. Well, we apparently are all contemplating that.
Ugh, there we go.
All right. Well, as you approach the cat, Fred.
Let me guess.
As
I
you
said
approach the
I'm
cat, what do you say, David?
Oh, I said I'm going too.
Yeah. You all can move your tokens, but as I was saying, as Frid approaches the cat actually comes up to you and kind of nuzzles you
Oh,
and says,
that's not what
"Meow."
I pet the cat.
Yeah.
The cat has been petted.
Can I investigate the cat
What?
to see if it's a real cat or not?
What do you mean by investigate the cat?
Does the cat behave like a cat and look like a cat?
I mean, I would say yes, but
It already
you can
doesn't hate
roll.
Frid, so that's suspicious.
Yeah, that's basically why.
You can roll animal handling.
Animal handling makes sense.
You have no idea how cats work. As far as you can tell, it seems entirely normal.
This cat here is made out of cat. Yeah, I'll knock on the door then.
You hear a voice from the inside say, "Just a minute."
Then I will wait patiently.
The door opens, and you're greeted by. There's the open. You are greeted by an old human who says, "How may I help you? Who are you?"
We're the proprietors of the tower, and I was hoping to access your holy water for some scrying.
The human says, my patrons. Yes, I am Forsyth, cleric of Mieliki. I heard that you needed a font of holy water. You may use it, as you please."
Where would I find this font?
Forsyth points behind you.
At the murky water.
Yeah, the bucket.
Thank you. I will use it well.
He says, good. May I prepare some tea for the rest of you?
Please.
Yeah.
If it wouldn't be too much trouble,
Love
sure.
a cup of tea.
Forsyth says, well, you can sit there on the ground. I don't really have too many chairs. I will brew some tea. I have some mushrooms I need to try out. And then Forsyth disappears back into the hut. So
I go next to the bucket.
So, who all did we want to try scrying on?
So let's count how many spell slots I have available. I have one more tier 5, one tier 6, one tier 7, one tier 8. And we also have that item which I would need to attune to, but then could use, I believe, if we want more. Is anyone actually attuned to that item?
What was it, the Pearl of Power?
Yeah.
It would not help me at all.
Why not?
Because it can only do, I think it's like 4th level slots and below, and I do not have any 4th level slots or below.
Ah.
Yeah.
I mean, I will
only have
take it.
4th level slots.
Yeah. For
But
Misty Steps and
you can
Divine
take it, Fred.
Science, so other people can get better use out of that.
Yeah, I have other things besides spells.
you also have the etheric crystal.
The one that recovers great higher level spell slot.
Oh, and it refills a 3rd level slot or below the Pearl of Power.
The other one has no restrictions.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I meant the Aetheric Crystal. Is anyone attuned to that?
It
Do you
does
need
not
attunement
require
for that?
attunement.
That one doesn't
Yeah.
require it.
Oh wow. That's good. 1d2 minus 1 charges.
Yeah, so it has a it has a 50% chance of recovering a charge every day.
So let's maybe not use that when tomorrow we're planning on doing fun stuff. Okay, so essentially
You were
4 spell slots.
Yeah, and the one you were trying to scry on with the mirror was, I think, the ambassador.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think I should scry on the ambassador again? Any reason not to?
I mean, the only reason it didn't work was because you
Yeah.
tried to use a random hand mirror from the corner store.
Well, from a ancient tomb.
Yeah, I'd love to have some kind of connection, even if it's just a tenuous one, between wherever the ambassador is or the the imperial dispositions that we see in this folded note. I still don't quite know what to make of it. I mean, I agree with you guys' readings of the numbers, but I don't know how that's necessarily going to translate into what we can expect to find outside the tower, or what to do about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to scry the ambassador.
Yes, that's a good detail to remember, that they have to be on the same plane of existence as you. Very good, very good.
If this ambassador somehow buggered off to a different plane of existence, then fair enough. If I could, I'd do the same.
Perhaps the tower is like the lantern, and being inside of it's counting as a separate plane.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Lantern. Yes, I was going to say about that. Pyros, you've been probably like pondering, why is this thing not working all this time? And at this point, I would say that Pyros has probably kind of exhausted all possible explanations, or anything you can kind of think on your own. And the only idea that's left with you is that you need to ask somebody who knows about your powers.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, it's a spell save DC 18. That's correct.
Should be, yeah.
Mhm.
With the wisdom or the familiarity modifier as well, so +5 onto that.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. So with scrying it, it does specify that you create this invisible sensor within 10 feet of the target, but it doesn't really say anything about you like targeting the sensor in a particular place or anything,
No.
or being able to move it yourself around within that 10 feet.
It moves with it, but doesn't move on its own.
Yeah. And that is so that's relevant because you see the ambassador in some sort of room. Looks like it might be an in room or something. and they are writing something, but your sensor happens to be at an angle where you can't see what they are writing. But they are writing something down. They are alone. You observe them for a bit, and then there's a knock that you hear, and the ambassador turns around and looks towards where that knock was coming from, and there's a little conversation that happens. So off screen for you, there's a voice that says they say the item has been delivered, and the ambassador says, very good. I'm sure that Master Wartrentich will be very pleased with us. The voice says, do you think those adventurers will be any trouble? Ambassador saying, I think not, but perhaps they can be. I have faith in our people, though. Do you think they have all set up already? The voice says, probably not, but they will soon. Do you think we can leave for the capital soon? The ambassador says, yes. First thing in the morning, we will leave. I can't wait to get out of this cursed place, back to some civilization. And, yeah, then they say, good night. And the ambassador continues on writing.
Well, I relay this information back to the party. So, I don't think she's taking our warnings to heart.
It doesn't appear so. Yeah.
She says she doesn't think that we're going to cause trouble. Let's prove her wrong.
She does not know us.
We have some fires to start.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's do this. All right.
Okay,
Can
who
you
else
make
are we
anything out,
scrying?
though, going back to the capital as opposed to towards the tower?
See, there's a few things. Like, one, has she passed on the phylactery to Waltonrich for whatever reason? That's part of one thing I'm thinking. Another thing, yeah, like, are they set up already? They haven't got permission yet to be set up. I'm assuming that means their army fortifying to keep something out. Fred in his wisdom is thinking she and the whole top brass might potentially be under Walton Rich's thumb, and he is trying to end the world. So that's what I'm thinking.
When I left the week before last, the Empire was going to get permission that night, or they were going to make their decision that night. The decision was no.
The decision was already made.
Well, we weren't in the room when they spoke, but to our knowledge, they hadn't actually delivered a thing yet, because when we then spoke to them later that same evening, they said, okay, come back tomorrow to find out our decision.
I thought the ambassador was really, I thought she had thanked them, or am I remembering that wrong?
She might have just pretending to be nice and courteous
polite.
to the hosts.
Okay.
Thank you for seeing me.
Great.
You did conveniently leave. So the ambassador told you that their time with the elders was going to be soon, and then you left. And then you came back a little bit later, and the ambassador was packing up and leaving.
And just saying it went well.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's my memory too. I interpret that as they said yes, but it's entirely possible that it was, we'll tell you in the morning. I guess we'll find out in the morning.
Yeah.
But something you said, Fred, you think that Ulrich is trying to end the world?
Yes.
And you think that his people are like down with that?
I think he's manipulating them and they don't know.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Or maybe, yeah, I think Walton Rich is being controlled by the Calamity, and Walton Rich is either using his influence or magic to affect the other top brass and control the army through that means to help them to release the Calamity. That's my 2 cents.
Is it worth trying to scry on him?
Potentially, but that's a... I'm not too sure how successful that'll be, but I'm happy to use a slot. It's just, what else should I scry on? Let's try and get as much information as we can possible out of these usages. Is there anything else potentially more suited we could use?
I will highlight to you to be aware, not relating to anything, but just I wanna make sure that you are aware of the fact that the scrying spell says specifically that a creature that can see invisible objects can see your scrying orb. All I'm saying,
Blind.
I'm not
They don't know
saying
it's
anything.
powers. They just know it's there.
The only
But,
creature I know of that could even be possible for is maybe Horfnidring, but
Or Walton Rich. We don't know.
if he happens to have a spell up, yeah.
Or just
But-
abilities granted to him. But yeah.
Or an item.
As you're discussing things, Forsyth comes out carrying a pot and several cups, wooden cups. He starts handing them out to everyone and says, "Oh, well, how is the scrying going?"
We're getting some information we need, but we're not sure about what to do next.
Well, they're going through though, so good.
Ah, what
Yep.
information have you found?
If the
Long
Empire
s-
doesn't like us, what else is new?
Forsyth says, "Oh, I see. I did hear something about." Also, why is Forsyth so small? Says, I heard Ina say something about that, but she also said that she didn't really find any evidence of anything like that. But she did tell us that we need to be careful not to reveal our location to the Empire. Forsyth is also now pouring some of that tea. It is very brown water.
As most tea is.
So the mention of the mushrooms has me like, I'll drink my tea last.
I'm gonna pretend to drink my tea.
Right. I think that once cups are actually passed out, Pyro should just like sniff it, see if it seems off. But then
I'm just going to go straight for it, drinks up.
Yeah, I know. Oh no, you have to scry.
It smells horrible.
I'm not sure I could tell the difference by any sense what is a regular mushroom and what's a psychedelic or poisonous mushroom?
I mean, Pyrus does have some nature knowledge, but that's mainly because, like, when you look it up, elementals fall under nature, and so that's why I
Yeah.
picked nature.
Well, I'm immune to disease, but not poison. But if any of you get poisoned, I can deal with that. So, good luck.
Does it
Which,
taste good, Forsyth?
does Celery drink the tea?
Sure.
Yeah.
From one
Celery,
Maliki believer to the next.
Yeah, and you, in fact, you can tell just by kind of looking and smelling at it that it's probably just fine. And as Frid starts just guzzling it down, you notice that it is actually it tastes quite good.
Thank you. It's very nice. Why are there 6 of you?
funny thing to note, by the way, when I just started, I reread the feature for the lantern and stuff. It has a mention that when I die, the lantern would basically vanish in a flash of elemental power.
Oh.
So when I stick the bad arcanium, yeah, that technically would have happened, but
Oh, interesting.
And then it reformed, I guess.
yeah. I guess the bigger issue would have been that if I had known about that at that time, well, then anything that was inside of it would have randomly been on the street.
That would have been fun.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Does that mean we can... Oh, I was going to say something really stupid. Now, Mervyn, do you have any explosives?
That's not really my specialty, but I could try and make some.
Provided we have, a way to revive Pyros, throw in the lantern.
In that scenario, you could just break the lantern. I don't need to die for this plan.
Yeah, and in
Or
that
just
scenario,
throw explosives.
yeah, you could just throw the explosives.
Yeah.
But they would spread out more, and you could have a higher volume.
Yeah, well, you can also have a bag of holding on an arrow pointed at a portable hole, so that when you fire it, it creates a nuclear explosion into the astral plane.
But we don't have those things.
Anyways, back to the matter at hand.
So who's your next scrying target?
What are we aiming for?
Information.
You have an aim here.
Right.
I feel like
that's what let's talk about that. What kind of information do we want?
I feel like we should just go back tomorrow and see what happens. At this point, everything is just conjecture.
I think Spy Master. Give him a go.
Sure.
I think one of the issues is that with scrying, I don't think we're going to get anything concrete. At best, we get, hearsay or we can claim, oh my God, we saw, whatever, but they're not. If they don't believe us, they're not going to believe us.
I think it's more so that we can prepare ourselves for it potentially going into battle. Like if we were to scout, for example, the outposts and see, oh, there is a massive hole in the fence at this point, that would be beneficial.
Can you
I just think
scry on a? Can you pick a location instead?
Yes, but I don't have that good knowledge of it, so it's a bit of luck whether I get to see it or not.
All right.
You don't have any knowledge of it. You haven't been there.
A lot of luck.
Yeah, I think the only other thing would be.
Yeah, it has to be a location you've seen before.
Have we seen the Tower of Ak from afar?
Mm-mm.
Were we
have.
speculating we could use that to target the airship? Is the airship a location?
I mean,
I think we discussed before that it wasn't.
Yeah. Screw it. I'm going to choose Walton Rich. Let him know we're scrying on him. I don't care.
hell yeah.
What's the DC on that?
I think it would just be the same, 23, because we have met the target.
Do you have anything that belongs to him still?
Not
Great.
really.
Quick, somebody draw a picture of him.
Well, Frid is already scrying away at it. Forsyth sips on the tea and asks the rest of you, so what is your current plan? Ina hasn't shared too much.
Well, we need to get to that Tower of Ak, which currently requires getting permission from the elders, or the clan elders there, which we'll find out if we got that tomorrow morning. That would be the easy way.
Forsyth says, I see. I've seen the tower. Not that impressive. What do you think is inside? Why do you want to go there?
Well, everything that we've been told so far suggests that a certain creature is locked up there. A creature that literally consumes magic. But many years ago, they were dealing with a similar situation as we are today with the magic weave, and it was because that creature was free. So either it is getting out, or maybe it has already gotten out, but we need to try to take care of it.
And you think the Empire is not trying to do the same?
We're not entirely sure, but there are suspicions in part because of some other spies around that have been keeping an eye on the Archwizard.
I see. Well, doesn't matter to me who does it, as long as somebody does something. The forests are dying. The creatures are feeling it. Yesterday I saw a little fox that was too weak to go on. I have not been able to commune with Mielikin quite a while. Things are dire. And Frid, your scrying fails.
Of course.
If he's inside that Diridium box.
Forsyth, tell us about the tower. You said that you'd been there.
No, I've seen it.
Oh, from afar.
Yes, when I crossed the mountains.
Do you have the ability to scry yourself?
As I said, I have not been able to commune with Mielik in quite a while.
Would you be opposed to me trying to detect your. No, that wouldn't do it. I think, would it? One sec. Let me read.
No, you can't detect thoughts on Forsyth to then have a vision of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
tower. That's not how detect thoughts works.
I was just looking
It
at
wasn't a bad idea.
just one that doesn't work. What could you tell us, if anything, about the Lost Tribe? If you know anything.
What is that?
The supposed tribe that protects and guards the Tower of Arc.
I have never heard of this.
Interesting. We were told that there's a tribe that protects the tower and would be impossible to get to the tower without permission from the elders, as we'd be stopped by the Lost Tribe.
How close did you get, Forsyth, when you
Interesting.
were crossing the mountains?
Not close.
Well, Pyrus is going to try, since you mentioned, he thought at this point the only way he'd really know how to fix the whole lantern thing would be talking to someone who knows about it. He doesn't really know anyone personally that would know much about warlock powers except for, well, the patron themselves. So he's going to try to write to the patron again. How can I make my lantern work again?
The patron replies and says, "It is working now."
I'll try to go into it.
You go into it.
Okay.
Hell yeah. That makes
That
sneaking
easy
in places so much easier.
He basically just had to restart it on his end.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't really think of any scrying targets, but I would like to get an ETA for Iniok.
That's true.
When it comes to the tower and things winding down. And I know he never responds, but trying Horfnidring one more time is maybe worth it.
I can't contact Horfnidring.
Oh, that's right. That's why. I forgot. I keep forgetting that.
I can scry on him for what it's worth,
Yeah.
but that doesn't really help massively.
I mean, we know what's up with him.
I'm going to cast Sending to our good old friend.
Iniok or Zarude?
Zarude. But is he
Iniok
gonna?
has a tendency not to reply.
Yeah. Iniok doesn't reply, but Iniok knows more, I feel. So it's really, do I ask Zarude to ask Iniok? Or do I just try for Iniok? Zarude has my back more. Let's sending to Iniok to Zarude there. And let's ask the final showdown shall shortly be upon us. What is your status?
No reply.
Boo.
We never really figure out what the hell they're doing in hell, right?
Something.
Did you
So-
kill Zarud off screen?
There's a couple explanations for that because
It might just
Yeah,
not
he
have
could be dead.
transferred.
yeah, sending when you're going to a different plane does have a chance to fail.
Or he's dead.
I could use a scrying charge on them to see what they're doing.
They're not on the
If
same plane, are
they're
they?
if they've already come back, then that would work.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, has to be on the same plane of existence as you.
Fred, do something. I can't go on thinking Zarud might be dead. We have to find out.
Like what? Clean shift?
We'll just
Clean
do
shift, then
another-
do sending.
Yeah, right. Well, first we need to find a way to attune one of the forks to the place they are.
the hell.
First, you would need to actually know where they are.
Yeah.
Oh, they've been plane skipping.
Maybe.
I mean, you don't even know what the first plane is where they are, where they've gone. You've just sort of thrown around some guesses and just kind of decided to go with something, but you don't actually know.
Because the enemy that we fought was a Baylor, which is a demon.
Yeah.
Demons don't live in hell.
What do you mean?
They live in the abyss. Devils are in hell.
Oh. So they've
At
been
least-
in.
By normal 5e lore.
Right.
It could be different here.
Oh. Interesting.
Okay.
I mean, 2 more uses. What are we throwing on? It's a waste not to.
Why do
It
we
is also
need
20
to?
minutes.
That's also the point. Like, why do we need to? If we literally do not need info, just move on.
Well, I just mean like the next thing we are doing, unless we have another plan, is going to bed.
Yep.
I will try and scry on this spy master.
All right. Is there anything you want to be chatting to Forsyth with about? Too?
When did you lose the ability to channel your magic?
It's been a while.
That's
That's interesting, actually, because my connection to horror is as strong as ever. I hope that doesn't mean something unfortunate for your patron deity. Maliki, I think you said.
Forsyth says, no, I do not think so. Many clerics have lost their connections. Many gods seem to not have the power left to contact us anymore.
Perhaps it's time you ought to consider swearing an oath.
What oath?
A paladin oath.
How would that help?
It's actually.
Well, perhaps it wouldn't.
I think I'm not necessarily sure I want to say this like directly in front of him. Not necessarily because it's something that he shouldn't no, but just because it'd be anxiety-inducing, I guess. Which is kind of interesting to think that, he said a lot of clerics are losing their connections. It's been quite a while. But we just recently were with the Drow, and Lolth was providing the magic for them, we
Yeah.
believe. So she's obviously fine. When we were in Jost before, we had the meetings with the followers of Groomsh and Luthic, and they seemed to be fine.
Yeah.
So it seems like the evil gods are fine.
Yeah, I was about to make that. I was about to say
Are you saying horror is an evil god?
is horror an evil god?
No. Of course not.
Are you sure?
No.
Okay.
The law requires I answer no.
Horror is officially lawful neutral,
Okay.
but also tends to kind of like there's different ways to be neutral.
Yeah.
And like sometimes neutrality means that you are just like you're just between things, you're just smack on there, or you don't care or something like that. Sometimes being neutral means that you're kind of oscillating between good and evil. So
Sure.
I think
my personal theology is it's kind of one of it's an old god. It's an eye for an eye. It's
yeah
blind
Yeah.
to needs mercy or forgiveness, or it's just justice, in the form of vengeance.
yeah. But I think in like I might be misremembering, but I think in like I think it's in the Faerunian mythology, horror has kind of at times been subservient to some evil gods as well. So it's kind of like
But
Yeah,
that
it seems
is
like
an
one of those
interesting
things that's
connection.
harsh, but it doesn't discriminate. You can use his power for righteous fury or for own ends.
Yeah.
Again, it is an interesting point, though, that the evil gods, or at least less good inclined gods, seem to be okay.
That we know of.
Forsyth also said that many clerics have lost their connections. But that is also something that you yourselves have experienced for the longest time, or suspected for a long time, because there was if Kate and AJ remember when you were at the Temple of Mistra.
Oh yeah.
That was actually one of your suspicions, that they weren't actually able to speak with Mistra.
And that was like a year ago at this point. Or
Mhm.
more.
Yeah. Hmm.
Anyways, Frid, your scrying fails.
Lovely.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Also, conveniently after your scrying has failed, and not just before, so you'd have to recast the spell or anything, but right after you have failed your scrying, you can hear a commotion coming from the tower.
Damn it.
Tower grounds.
Let's investigate.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You can see, you can hear some shouting.
Yeah.
you can't tell
I
quite
checked
what's up.
on our room. And found
Where's the tower? There. Oh, I didn't actually rearrange these things. Whoops. Anyways, you make your way towards the commotion. And Ina, Ina has come out along with a couple of others. And they are at the portal and talking to one of the elders of Just,
Oh,
who is accompanied by a couple of other orcs as well.
They came through the portal that was in the tavern room.
I guess we didn't tell them not to do that. We really should have left a sign saying, "Don't go through portal."
It's one of those door hangers at hotels. Do not disturb.
Exactly that.
As-
Exactly that.
As you approach, Ina says, "Oh, here's the fire starters. Shazgob here says that she came looking for you. Where did you leave this portal open?"
Apparently, in rooms aren't as private as they used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Shazgob says, "I came looking for you. We did not expect you to have a portal to a faraway land. Where is this?"
Geographically speaking, the
Southeastern corner of Colton.
yes, hidden away from the Empire's knowledge to the best of our ability.
Shazgob says, This is dangerous." And Ina says, "Agreed." neither
What
neither
business
side
do you
seems
have
to
that
like
you have
this.
to go? So what business was so urgent that you have to go through a portal that you have no idea what's doing what?
Shazgob says, "I came looking for you."
And you found us, so go ahead.
May we speak somewhere better?
Inside our tower should be quite safe. The walls are made of duralium, so no magic can pierce through.
Did you mean private without Anna and gang? You just wanted to speak to us alone?
Shazgob says, "No, simply more hospitable than out in here."
Ah, okay, sure. We just direct them to like wherever there's a room with like actual furnitures and speak.
So
I
we
mean, I
have some
guess.
nice conference tables there. Let's
Yeah, we got some tables in the that room there.
mm-hmm.
Yep.
Lead her that way.
Ina follows as well. The others go back to what they were doing.
Thank you Dranu___ for the follow.
Andos and Ethnos greet you, saying, "Oh, hey, you are here. Hello, finally, we see you as well."
Hi.
It has been years. It has been 84 years.
Yeah. It's lovely to see you again. We have some important guests, by the way. Meet one of the elders of Joss of the not Jost.
The Udgok tribe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ina joins your table as well, as said. And Shazgob says, "I came to speak to you about the meeting tomorrow.
You have good news, we hope.
Well, no news. The decision is made tomorrow. But I could tell that you have not had time to acclimate yourself to our ways, to familiarize yourself with our customs. This was painfully obvious during your meeting. I wanted to advise you, for you still have one more chance to speak your mind. As things currently stand, I do not believe you would be able to convince the council of anything. Your performance today was not good enough. But I believe you can still turn this around. The key to everything is Old Iroh of Ruval. Convince Old Iroh and the others will follow.
And what tickles his heartstring?
Old Iroh is someone who will seek to, will look to know the purity of your intentions, your heroic hearts, so to speak. If you can convince him that you truly mean good, then I'm sure he will change his heart, and with him the others as well. But it will unfortunately not be that easy either, because the one elder who is not going to simply follow Old Iroh is going to be Nogug. Nogug Bone, a Thorskstick, is more stubborn than the others. The only way you can convince him is going to be some sort of show of power.
And do we need a unanimous vote in our favor?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Okay.
This is helpful
Hypothetically-
information. What makes you so sympathetic to our cause?
I wish to see you succeed. You convinced me, and I want you to succeed. I saw that there was going to be no way that you would succeed if not for my help.
Then we
The tribe of
appreciate
Udgok,
you helping
the
us.
tribe of Udgok wishes to see you succeed.
You mistrust the Empire's intentions as we do.
I am not sure. But, as you said, it is better to have both of you there.
Agreed. So
what type of show of force were you thinking?
Pretty sure we're just gonna have to fight him. That's it.
is there a ritual challenge or some official, something which would please the traditions of your people?
No, there is no ritual challenges. You are not allowed to fight an elder. You must display your strength in some other way. You must do something that Nogug or the others would not expect.
I have a plan.
Oh no. Rock concert part 2.
Live Aid for Jost.
Yeah. It went so well last time.
I think the actual
was
rock
that
clear?
concert went well. It was just everything afterwards that went wrong.
Hmm.
That was part of our adventures in the Dwarven Kingdom and why they now hate us. All of the dwarves.
It wasn't the rock concert.
That was-
wasn't why.
Yeah, that was.
I know the rock
that had
concert's
nothing
not
to do.
why.
The reason why was that you lied.
Us being lies and frauds. No. Must have been the rock concert.
Yeah.
All right, but specifically looking for a show of strength.
I have a plan.
Does he mean just strength of arm, like lifting a heavy weight, or is he talking about strength of heart, strength in combat?
Your
What
power.
would be sufficiently impressive? Our power.
You must still prove your worthiness.
Conjure a fire elemental and let it loose, and then kill it in front of him.
No, that's ridiculous. I just leave it all to me. Trust me. I've got this in the bag.
Shazgob says, that sounds highly responsible.
Don't worry, we won't release a fire elemental or any other elementals for that matter. In your
All right,
So-
he has a plan, it sounds like.
Also, I noticed, not to be presumptuous, but I noticed when we were in the south of the Orclands at Port Lone, they weren't particularly impressed by our magic at the tournament. They didn't seem to think that was, power was, physical brute force, and magic was
Magic
power.
was. Shazgob says, you mean the contest of champions?
Yes.
Yes, I heard about you.
You as the
Magic.
group, or you me?
Group.
Oh, okay.
Mervyn trying to have somebody be like impressed by him.
So for all he's got is the engineering guild.
Yeah. Everybody else has always been like much more interested in these other people.
Yeah.
But she says, no, magic is not necessarily frowned upon. Aldairo himself is our greatest wizard. But we orcs do not look well upon cowardly magic.
I see. Okay.
Don't worry, guys. My plan conforms with everything that's been said so far. You can leave this to me.
I
Can I insight check that?
want to trust you for it. I really do want to. But everything inside me is screaming, do not let this happen, whatever the plan is.
Shazgob says, I must be going now. Will the portal take me back to where I was?
Yes.
Yes.
It has
Thank you for
done
coming
so.
to us.
She also says, thank you. Can you close it?
Yes. On the other side, we can close it.
Yeah, close us when we go back through.
No, we can't. Oh,
She says, I am not comfortable with a portal leading to faraway lands inside our city. A portal that leads to a place with half-breeds.
I see.
Whoa.
Oh, man. I was about to ask if I should. Have I? I wasn't there last week, but have we assumed that I've been covering my ears or not?
Yes, but probably not here.
Yeah. Then I.
And also, you're not the only half something around here.
Okay. Well, hopefully, this elder will not
Don't worry.
spill the beans.
You can trust me. We'll make sure nothing bad happens with this portal. Can I try and convince this elder of that?
Sure.
Persuasion.
Deception.
Fine, I'll roll a deception as well. If you'd
No.
prefer.
Shazgob says, very well. As a show of goodwill, I will allow it for now, but please, I trust you on this.
In the
Well,
morning,
we'll
it
see
will
you
be
first
gone.
thing in the morning then.
And then she disappears. Poof.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, so Fred.
Ina says, well, it seems that the portal is less secure than we expected.
That
Well,
is
we did
true.
just pop it up in the middle of our.
Logics. Unattended.
What did you think?
I suppose if we end up doing that again, we'll have to bar the door first.
Or just get a guard on the other side. If we can employ one of our staff to stand guard on the other side of the portal when we're here in the tower.
We could just have Todd do that.
Yeah, Todd can't
Do much
tell
about it, though.
people. Yeah, like if people come in and are like, "What's going on here?" Todd can't say anything to them.
But also, if you just have somebody standing guard there, and say, an elder of the orc tribes comes in with a retinue of troops and opens up and finds there's a portal, do you think that one person is going to just be like, nothing to see here, and they'll just go away? I don't think they'll.
I think I could
stop
make
anyone.
that work. What portal? You
Probably
must be
not.
imagining something.
Must have had
I
some
mean, in the grand
mushrooms.
scheme of things, like the world is ending, why does it even matter? We should just do things like in a hasty manner, whatever our hearts feel like it, because for all we know, the elders will just reject us, and it doesn't even matter.
Ina
We'll end up
says,
in
Not
Lyvernia.
a pessimist outlook.
Ina says, I think our security matters. Does it not matter to you?
The tower itself is pretty secure from the outside anyway.
No, I mean, I see what she's saying.
I agree with Ina.
Yeah.
So what do you suggest, Anna?
Perhaps it is best if you spend the night on the other side of the portal, then.
Fine. Seems like a problem for next week.
It doesn't seem like you're already answering the question anyway. So do you suggest we do not open the portal at all?
No, just limit our stays to 20
Yeah.
minutes.
Well, secure places and things like that. But like I said, I agree with Celery. I think this is a problem for next week. Not a problem.
I think it's a non-problem at all.
Oh, we certainly wouldn't want to have a sudden squad of soldiers pop through the portal while we're waiting here.
And of course, we want our staff to feel safe, guys.
Yeah.
They're important people. We can't just
Hierarchy of
disregard
feeling
how they...
safe. Number 1, prevent the end of the world. Number 2, worry about our sleeping arrangements.
Did you guys not remember when we were like right outside the tower and trying to barge our way in? Literally, we couldn't do anything of that.
Yeah,
So
but
if they're within the tower, it doesn't even matter. So what they're trying to be secure is just not being found out that they are here. In the grand scheme of things, that difficult to find that we are here.
yeah, I don't think a siege is really something to take lightly. Even if they can't get into the tower, that's a big problem.
Yeah, and I think the front door has not relocked.
And you're kind of assuming like people are just going to a random place and then start attacking it. That's like us turning up to Joe's and just attacking a random place. Your
No,
worries
we're
are like so unwarranted.
No, we're talking about like Empire soldiers cutting in. Like we're not like.
Or in this
So does it
current
give any Empire soldier-
scenario, the orcs have just found a portal within their city that is leading to some random place with some random people. So it would not be out of question for them to, get some forces in here and kind of start questioning people and figuring out what's going on. Plus, you've already determined that there are people who are living here who are not inside the tower at all times. Like Forsyth, for example.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Enna that we shouldn't be here for hours. That the portal shouldn't be up for hours on end. I don't think we need to avoid opening it at all, but limiting our visits will lessen the likelihood of someone stumbling across it and it becoming a problem.
And I kind of thinking about what the elder said. I kind of do wish that we could contact Horfnidring, because having them show up would probably be a good way for one to sort of give lend credence to that we have good intentions, and also an ancient gold dragon under our working with us is a pretty good show of strength as well.
Yeah. So how do we do it?
Awesome.
So, should I reveal my master plan?
Yes.
Go
Sure.
ahead.
So, I think you're going to like this, Reynard. Yeah?
Oh.
Here's-
Is
You
it?
know how
is
we're
it-
only allowed one person to talk?
All right.
We ignore that. You start talking, and when the guy comes to push you away, you push him away. They said we're not allowed to fight the elders, but he's not an elder. He's their security detail. How else do
Terrible
we prove our strength in front of them, other than pushing their bodyguard back? Obviously, don't.
I mean, I was
hurt
going to do
him.
that anyway, so sure.
Exactly.
I do remind you that one of the first things that she suggested was to pay more attention to the customs.
She also said show strength. You can't have your cake and eat it.
So all 5 of us start shouting at once.
Mm.
I mean, perhaps we honor their tradition in that only one of us speak at a time, but we don't change it through any official means. We just take turns speaking.
I would highly suggest that you come up with a plan B, because if you remember last session, when Reynard started speaking out of turn, that bodyguard person did say like, hey, shut up. But then they didn't come and try and attack Reynard or anything after he continued.
Mhm.
So I would suggest you have a plan B, in case your whole plan kind of relies on one person coming in to come at Reynard. When that specific scenario happened, Yeah, it happened earlier today, and it didn't happen.
Well, when I approached without being invited to sit, I was approached and stopped.
Yes, that is when you were stopped, not when Reynard started speaking.
Well, in that line of thought, if I'm sitting down with them and Reynard then approaches, Reynard should, logically speaking, be pushed back away from the elders because he's not got permission to sit down.
So pick a fight and win it.
Exactly that.
I don't know about this plan. Let's keep that one in the
Okay.
back pocket.
I don't worry, I have a plan B.
Okay.
I think we need a plan A, actually. I think that's the plan B.
I cast mass suggestion at max level, and we hope for the best.
And if even one of them passes, then we lose.
I think that's the plan B. I think pick a fight and win it is plan C. Let's go back to the dragon. How are we? I like that. That's a
Yeah,
plan.
I like that.
That has the shape of a good plan A.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
The only problem is we already know we can't use sending on the dragon because we are not familiar enough with it. So really, the only other idea I possibly have is trying to pray to Bahamut and see if Bahamut can get the dragon to come to us.
Well, there's
We've literally
also
just been
another
told.
idea. A tried and true idea.
Skyride.
Skyride.
Do we have reason to believe he's close by?
Not at all.
I could
I guess
scrying
that's
where
where,
he
yeah,
is.
we could try scrying.
Yeah, scry to see where he
That's
is.
worth a shot. Sure.
I have
Yeah.
one more spell slot for scrying.
Back to the Holy
All
One.
right. All right, Horfnidry. Be outside.
Yes.
Somewhere recognizable.
Standing next to a signpost with a big "You are here."
What's
He's at the mall.
the range of Skyrite?
The sky.
Yeah, it's just any sky I can see. And then the words appear to be made of cloud and remain in place for the spell's duration, which is up to 1 day. But then it also says a strong wind can disperse the clouds and end the spell early, which I have to assume that like the normal wind high in the sky is not strong enough because it theoretically could be up for an entire day.
Sure.
Can't do it during a storm, I guess.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. So I like this. This sounds like the potential for a good plan. She did say they want something unexpected.
See, that's what I was saying. Attack the guard.
Right, right. What if we kind of invert that a little bit and it just becomes we just issue them a challenge and say,
Provide a champion for us. And
give us a
yeah,
champion rather
yeah.
than we're just gonna pick on this guy who happened to draw the wrong card. You know? I worry that the suggestion idea would be looked at as what she was saying about not honorable magic. Right? What word did you use?
Alternatively,
Sneaky
I could
magic
cast
or whatever.
subtle spell suggestion on one of them.
On the
Right.
old guy.
And that then has the
Yeah.
benefit of even if this magic doesn't work, it's still just a persuasion. Me
Mhm.
saying the words, please let us have access.
Right.
That's
That sounds good.
Yeah.
a lot.
That sounds worth doing.
That
Then we
backfires
have
a lot
the-
less.
Yes,
Yeah.
at least less spectacularly. Then we have the champion.
So would you want to do that on the one Oldero who they said was the one they would all follow if he said yes, or did you want to do it on Nugug Bone, the most stubborn one?
I think we should do it on the one that'll be stubborn, and that we convince the old guy and he
Okay.
convinces the rest. Because at the end of the day, this is what Fred believes. We are doing a righteous, good thing, and I think we all, to some part, believe we are going to save the world. And
Mhm.
that's a good thing to do. So we just need to use our big brain thinking heads to convince them of that. That we are literally going to do whatever needs to be done.
Yeah.
Should we bring more people so that our group is like bigger and more impressive? Or is
I would
that
say
harder
no.
because we have to like okay.
Here's
There's
just an
one thing
interesting
that's been
thought.
kind of eating at me, guys, that I've been wanting to share with you. Oldero said that we had the elder said that we had to convince Oldero of our good intentions, and Zixioth said something that I've been thinking about, that he sensed darkness in all of us. And what darkness do you guys think there is in me? Because I've been thinking. And I can kind of see what he was getting at with all of you.
Hey!
Oh.
Didn't he specifically not say anything about Mervyn?
Yeah.
I think that's correct. Yeah.
I think it's that
Well-
tendency where you have like accidentally killed somebody and then it's like, it's just an accident, and you brush it off. That seems like darkness.
Yeah.
All right. Reynard will comfort Mervyn, reach out, touch his shoulder, and say, "Don't pay any heed to the words of an evil tyrant. You're good. All of us are good. We all mean to do good. That's good enough."
Okay. All right.
Reynard's point, I used to think that I'm good, but ever since this affliction and people are being random as shit, I kind of do not assume that people are good and kind of adopted that kind of mindset as well.
Hard times make us all less than our best.
Something I had just thought of was obviously with the group with the elders, they say only one person is allowed to speak, but I do wonder if the person who is speaking is allowed to like ask for someone to basically provide their witness.
Mm.
Because my immediate thought was, of course, we never get a response from Eniok, but I wondered if we messaged him to say, hey, we have this meeting with the elders of Jost tomorrow morning to see if we can get into the tower. Can you be there? See if he might show up, even if he doesn't respond. That way he could tell them his experience with this same calamity in the past.
And man, a show of
reasonable.
force would be so much easier with him there.
Eniok showing
I
up,
like all these plans.
I could definitely see him attacking them more likely if they don't immediately say yes.
He, at the very least,
That's fine.
based on
Yeah,
our
I don't-
initial experience with them, he would probably just decide he's going to go anyways if they say no.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying not necessarily have him be the speaker, but see if he's allowed to say his experience with this creature.
This plan relies on Eniok getting your message, listening to your message, and having the capability of actually showing up.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, let's see. We were going to scry on Horfnitching, right? Let's
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's go and
Do you
do
go
that.
do
see
that?
the outcome of that.
Yep.
As you are walking over to Foresight's hut, suddenly an ambush.
No.
Go.
On Mervyn.
Okay.
Who's attacking me?
Is it the cat?
No. A random squirrel jumps at Mervyn from a tree, coming in at you suddenly, and instinctively you react.
Yeah. I mean, it might be. Is it too close for me to shoot at it?
Yes, and why would you have your crossbow out and ready and loaded and everything? What are you talking about?
I wouldn't. Okay.
You're right. It'd be much more natural to just firebolt it.
Yeah, you're
Wouldn't
right.
it be more
You're
natural
right.
to just slap it with your hand? It's a freaking
That's
squirrel.
fair.
It's a squirrel. Yeah.
No,
Yeah, it is.
no, I'm not asking how you're reacting. I'm telling you that you are reacting.
Oh right. Yes.
You are
yes, I know where you're going with this.
the squirrel comes at you, and instinctively you react, and everybody around you suddenly notices that your your skin turns completely. Your skin looks like it was made of steel. And then it disappears. As the squirrel has come at you and scratched at you and then ran away, it runs away quickly. But it tries to scratch at you, but it does not hurt.
What was that?
Fred, I think the blue dust that I swallowed from you is doing something. When
Blue
you
dust?
passed out in Zixioth's tower, that well, at least that's my reading of the situation, because I haven't come in contact with any strange energies besides that.
Useful.
Yeah.
Does this
Did it
mean we
look
get?
like? Did it look like armor? Like all of a sudden he was cloaked in armor? Said it was like skin like steel.
Yeah, that's not armor. That's skin, like
It
steel.
just turned into metal.
Just turned
Yeah.
into metal. But did it like
Yeah.
rebuff the squirrel's claws? Like the squirrel tried to chomp skin and or whatever, and it didn't.
So, Mervyn, you now have the ability to use a level 1 spell slot to activate a reaction, which increases your AC by 5.
Mhm.
Sounds familiar.
Yes.
And gives you resistance to everything. For with the trigger being you are attacked, or an attack hits you, the same as the spell shield.
Yeah,
But in addition, you get resistance to everything, but it only lasts for that attack.
Okay. Does it
So not
plus
the
5?
whole- yeah.
Okay.
It's like I think for shield it's the rest of the round, but for this
Yeah, it's the rest of
just
the round.
for
It's
that
a really
attack.
nice spell. I really love shield. Cool.
Yeah,
That's really
you,
cool.
you
I
think
read
that you are pretty sure that you can just muster up that power anytime you need.
Hey Mervyn, should we test this power of yours out? You know, the same way how we tested
Out
mine.
of some rocks.
This was back when Frid tried to activate this power. Frid had like
right.
a lesser version of this power kind of happen. They then started trying to like figure out how to do this by attacking Frid and like attacking Frid with a sword and so on, which was very bad.
Well, Frid, you know, I am a man of science, and science demands that we test our theories.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, science.
Science.
I'm gonna pull out my sword, the vine sword, and I'm gonna
All
try
right.
and attack Mervyn.
And you can react using your
Yeah.
ability.
And I do.
I mean, technically, I guess we should then see if it
hits.
I mean, we've
Yes.
established that I can let something hit me.
Yes.
I'm just standing there
And-
staring at you.
wouldn't hit you in the first place.
I'm just standing there.
And you can also keep hitting as many times as you want. But anyways, yeah, it works. And Mervyn, you realize that you seem to have full control over this thing. And it may, I'm not saying that this is what you think, but a suggestion of what Mervyn may be feeling is a sort of confusion about why Frid found it so hard to do this.
Yeah.
Because you're just like, instantly, you just suddenly realize that, hey, you can do this, and then you're like, hey, yeah, I can do this.
Yeah.
Frid's special.
Mervyn's has had, I mean, he's had the random effects of the spell plague, but he hasn't had the feeling of like, oh, my source of power is gone. He hasn't, he's not having any trouble with his new ability. He's killing it. I won't say out loud that I don't know why Frid was having such a hard time with it, because that feels mean. So
Hey, now you don't need to prepare shield anymore.
I think shield is one of my spells that I don't need to prepare.
Oh.
Because it's part of my battlesmith
Mm-hmm.
thing. But yeah, before KJ pointed out to me that there were certain spells I don't need to prepare, I had been preparing them every time.
With a
Shall we
perception,
go back to Scry?
yeah, with a perception check DC 50, you would hear a squirrel crying in the forest, embarrassed by its failure to kill.
But yeah, the thought that this came from when Mervyn tried to help Frid up and got zapped does also remind us. Yeah, Zixia said that Frid has the soul of his dragon inside of him.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, how do I utilize that, guys? Do we
The
even
skull
know
was too
what
big. We
the
didn't take
skull-
it. Right?
No, you
keep
have
my-
the skull. You have the skull. You have you still have the dead body with you as well.
Oh, right.
You got all of that with you.
Cool.
Wait, did I thought we left that behind?
No, you wanted to put everything in the cart, so you have it all. You're
Oh,
lugging it all around.
Including that one lady.
Yep.
Should we
Yep.
bury that while we're out here in the woods?
yeah. That seems like a
I mean,
reasonable thing to do while we
We
rest.
Is she
don't
even
want
dead?
Ethnos. We don't want Ethnos and Anlos to investigate why she's like this.
Yeah, probably
Oh.
best to like give it a quick once over. No.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, we can do that. All right, but let's.
I mean,
skip
that's why
to
we
our
that's
Scry.
why we took her with us,
Yes.
so that we could try and
Sure.
fix what was wrong with the body.
So we're just gonna bring an unnaturally cold corpse into our tower.
Well, at the moment we're still outside and we're about to do the scrying, so I think we should
Yeah.
maybe.
Yes. Let's do that.
Yeah. So you scry for Hofnidring.
Yeah.
You
Fail the spell and I cry.
I mean, if Hofnidring wants to be Scry,
would have Hofnidring would first have to know that you're scrying, though. If the target is not aware, they can't fail it. But you see I guess yes. You don't see anything.
Oh, it's
You
dark.
don't yeah.
Oh,
you don't
dang
see
No,
anything.
I applied, got the dark vision when we tried to use the mirror, so that should still be lasting. No.
That's true. You did do that.
Yeah, it's 8
Um,
hours.
Except that no, because you just said that you would want to have the dark vision, but Mervyn had previously stated that
Oh,
you
yeah.
would change the dark vision to disguise self, so you don't have it. But anyways, you don't see anything, but you hear Hofnidring say, "Go away, Nat," and then he dispels your
Oh.
scrying.
Oh no. Well, that does answer a question that he's not outside, so he can't see the sky, right?
Yeah,
He's
sounded
just
like
like
some
a-
sort of cape.
Oh.
Because if he hadn't dispelled it, it lasted up to 10 minutes, so Fred could have said, "Hey, I need dark vision." But unfortunately,
Let's go look
I
at
feel
this dead
bad. He
body.
seems depressed.
I think he just values his privacy.
Maybe.
I don't think it's depression when somebody's
Yeah.
like, "Wait a minute, there's a surveillance camera right there."
yeah, imagine a camera just appeared in your room.
Somebody flies a drone next to your window.
I don't want to talk to anyone. That's
All
fair.
right, so where do you want to? You want to go inside and show Anlos and Efnos? Why are you showing Anlos? You want to show Efnos and, for some reason, Anlos a dead body?
Have you seen?
Yeah. We just like torturing Anlos.
You know that scene from Shrek where they put Snow White on the table? Basically that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Are we out of options for contacting our dragon buddy?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, we can't use sending. We're
Why
not
can't we use
familiar enough
sending?
with them.
Not familiar enough with him.
And I also don't have
Oh.
enough spell slots.
Then Skyrite was an idea, but if he's hanging out in a cave, we could put it up.
Actually,
Um,
because I never said that I did tell the party about that response, I would say I didn't get a response from him. Or I couldn't find him. I'll say that to the party. I'm not going to mention that he said, "Go away, Nat."
okay.
Okay.
So we're unsure of whether it actually went through.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then in that case, do we have any sort of locate person?
I'm just going to say,
Trying.
let's not bother. We just tried. Let's come up with
All right.
another plan using our own merits rather than the words of a dragon.
Okay, fine.
Locate creature works for up to 1,000 feet.
So maybe.
Why bother?
All right. So right now we're thinking subtle spell suggestion to try to circumvent the strength or show of strength piece, and we're going to rely on persuasion to convince the old man, presumably with persuasion with a side of respect for traditions.
Yeah.
AKA, I'll keep my mouth shut.
Do you think it's better that you do the talking or Freak do the talking?
Well, I think by the player knowledge mechanical side of things, I think it's better for Frid. And honestly, I think I made a really bad impression last time. So any goodwill that I might have had with the conviction and seriousness of my personality might have been undermined by my rudeness. So no, I think it's probably better for Frid to do it.
Someone who was completely silent last time was Mervyn, so Mervyn hasn't lost anything.
How persuasive
you can send Mervyn in
there. How persuasive is Mervyn? I believe it's -1, but I will check.
I seriously don't think that the persuasion skill will come into play anyway, so
it's 0.
So we should just do whoever has the best idea.
Yeah.
My idea is to have that fight in their hall. So I stand by that as a plan A.
No.
I'm with you on
Yeah.
that for Plan C. I think that's a fine plan. Although I do think we should ask them to submit a champion to us that will prove ourselves by fighting whoever they deem strongest, or under whatever.
The thing is, that they already asked a task of us to prove our strength.
And we completed it.
We can't prove that.
I would argue.
I think at this point,
We gave away our proof.
What I'm resigning is, if they just do not allow us to go, is that fine with you guys? We could still just head to the entrance of the tower and just show up.
Oh, I agree. If they say no, we're going anyway, for sure. Right?
We've been told that we won't physically be able to make it.
True.
Well, we could sneak into the Empire's envoy, and just sort of ride their permission.
Yep.
From the way I understand,
the plan is just to prevent them.
There.
If the whole plan is just to prevent them from going in, is it that important we go into the portal?
Well, the important thing is that we go. The less, the secondary thing is trying to prevent Walterntage from getting there, because we're not sure if he's going to screw it up purposefully.
Yeah.
The more important thing is being there, or the most important thing is making sure it gets stopped.
Okay, so let me describe to you guys where I am at with this entire situation. Have you guys seen Doomsday kind of movie, and then there are random sidekicks inside the show who are just praying by the side because they know the end is near, and they just want to live out the rest of their life peacefully? That's kind of where I am at right now.
Have you seen the movie
That's
Galaxy
how
Quest?
pessimistic.
Have you seen the movie Galaxy Quest?
Greatest movies of all time.
Yeah. Well, there's the one character who was an extra on the show and died immediately. So when they actually go into space, he's convinced that he's gonna die immediately. So he doesn't want to be near any of the conflict. They're on a planet, and at one point they go, "We gotta get out of here before one of those things kills Guy."
Kills Guy, yeah. Do I have a last name? Do I?
Do I?
Anyway.
Anyways,
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you can continue on with your planning, but I wanted to interject with the fact that you go and throw a dead body on the dinner table in front of Ethnos, and Ethnos who's eating some cereal, and Ethnos basically tells you that he has no idea what's going on here.
Aren't you at least gonna look?
Yeah, he goes over everything. They check out everything, but they have no idea what's going on. They don't know why there's a slightly cold body there.
All right,
so
I guess let's
not
put
gonna
her
be
in a
any help.
box and
All right.
direct someone to put her in the ground. 'Cause I'm not doing that shit.
Sure.
All right. You commission your people to make a casket and then bury the body.
Could we interpret show of force to mean how much we can withstand?
No, we tried that in the Drow City.
Yeah.
I feel like all of this right now is just conjecture. So just reach there and see what they propose.
Well,
How much
I don't
planning are
want
you
to come
gonna
up
do
with things
before
on
you
the
set this
spot, because if we do, then Frid's gonna just do the stupidest plan that comes to mind. I want to plan it out.
All right.
But
Well, my
at this
plan
point-
for speaking is not to. Right. I'm going to
my
stand back
thoughts
and
are
be.
here.
Go ahead.
My thoughts is if his plan is the only one that is executable, he has the best plan, and everything else is just conjecturable. Then let Frid do his plan. Why are you guys interfering? Still the same thing that I was telling Pyros. If it's a non-executable plan, then it's not a plan at all. Let's just go with Frid's plan.
Well, okay. Frid has 2 plans.
And one of them is to literally just start a fight.
Yeah. So I'm happy with using a subtle spell suggestion on the very stubborn one to try and just circumvent the show of force, and then using regular persuasion on old Darrow. But if he passes the check for suggestion, thank you, then we do need a plan for show of force, and I really don't like the picking the fight plan.
I'll throw one thing in
think it would
as
be
a
better-
consideration for you. One thing to take into consideration is that you were kind of told that you need to convince this one person with a show of force, but then you need to also persuade this other person by, you know, being heroic and whatever, and also that, you know, they gave you kind of the impression that you should kind of respect traditions and everything. So you should make sure that you kind of balance it out, that you don't accidentally do something as a show of force that's going to undermine the other side.
Right. Requesting them to put forth a champion or something is probably the best way as far as if we want to fight something.
Yeah.
Do it in a way that is respectful, not just go up and punch the guard.
She did say do something surprising.
See?
Unexpected.
Why don't we just
could attack each other.
suggest that? Why don't we just... Oh, I was just thinking. Why do we have to attack each other? Why can't we just attack the Empire? Just show up at the gate. Suggest to them we're gonna show up at the gate, and then like try to follow Voltentage plan and use that as a show of might. And if we manage to foil their plan, then it just proves that we are the one that are supposed to have entrance into the portal anyway.
So you're saying to provide our show of force being, we'll fight our way through the Empire to get to the tower.
Kind of.
I don't think they're gonna like that. I think they're gonna find that very
Better than fighting Ben.
not heroic.
Why would it not be heroic when we really justified why we are doing it, and we're doing it up front? We're not doing it sneakily.
That's true.
But they're not convinced that the Empire is bad.
Yeah, you got the sense that generally speaking, most of the orcs see the Empire as being good people right now.
Yeah,
and doing good
they obviously
stuff.
Came to a conclusion to allow them to go, and we've determined from talking to her that literally all of them had to agree.
I've had a genuinely good plan. We know, this is crazy. We know the Empire's emissary was lying about caring about the orcs and was feeding everything to Waltonrich. We take her by force to the orcs, use magic
Zone of truth.
Zone of truth on her, and we get her to spill the beans. We're showing force. We're doing an honourable thing.
That's not terrible. I think that's
not
bad at all.
The idea I came up with.
Yeah,
I'm surprised the plan did not include disguise self as any part of it.
Well, we have to catch her.
How are we going to get alone with her? We're obviously going to
disguise
One reminder
self.
there.
That's
Under
right.
Zone of Truth, they do not need to speak.
Yeah.
Well, then
Well,
they know
do if you're
admission of
twisting their arm and torturing them while in a Zone of Truth, right?
Well,
I mean, okay, you're not wrong, because the one problem with torturing is that people can just lie.
Conjunction
But
of
if they-
torture and Zone of Truth, it's beautiful. How did we not think of this before?
Okay. War
Do we
crimes.
have access to Zone of Truth? Who has Zone of Truth?
Yes.
I do.
Oh.
I prefer Zone of Truth while we sleep tonight.
Well, don't you have it on your armor anyways?
well, we
Oh,
actually kind of
that's-
need to go get her now because
Yeah,
she's
we
leaving
do
in the
need to
morning.
go get her now.
True.
You know, if Enna's so worried about the portal being up, what we could do is send someone across the portal close it and then instruct them to open it at a specific time so that it's not open, but it.
That's
will
a lot
become
of
open.
trust
we
in
need
that
No,
NPC.
but we know she's in like an inn room, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's go get her. This is a fantastic plan.
Wait, which city is she in? Right? Is she still in Jost?
She should be.
Presumably.
She said she's leaving in the morning.
Oh, then never mind. I got confused about where she was. Forget my NPC portal plan. That doesn't matter. Yeah, we need to go get her now.
Hell yeah, we do.
Before you leave, your allies here at the tower, before you leave the body to them, they ask what is her name, so they can inscribe it on her epitaph.
Do I just come up with a random name?
Jane Doe.
No. We don't know. We just found her within Zixiof's castle.
All right.
She's a source of good. Magically, we could tell that she did not belong in that place.
I wonder if perhaps she is the one mentioned in the diary.
Oh, that fell from the sky.
Well, no.
It's been
Ion.
Oh, that's not the diary.
it's been some amount of time since we did Speak with Dead, right? Because we were traveling and all that. Has
I
it
think
been
it's
enough time?
days.
Has it been 10 days?
No.
I don't think so.
Oh, it's probably been darn close.
No.
Hang on. I'm trying to see if it's mentioned in more than just the last line there.
Ion, at the very beginning, he says Ion will be pleased, and then at the very end, he says, "I have failed you, Ion."
Mhm.
I took it to mean either his god or that's the name of his country.
Yeah, I thought God as well, but
Yeah.
If only we could do a check with someone who knows a lot about history.
Evnos!
I think Amlos did a lot of historical studying, but
Emma.
What do you
other
want
than
to ask for fans?
Oh, does the name
What?
Ion ring a bell? As
No.
god or place? No.
Why does Ethnos want to inscribe something on this lady anyway?
it's a headstone.
That was quite.
You
the
typically
lady.
put a name on a headstone.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. You're burying her,
just
so
lady.
yeah, they just wanted to know if you know a name.
we don't.
If you know her name.
Not for
But
sure.
yeah, Andros has never heard of this name. Ion.
Has Enlos heard of Bill Meyer?
Are we now trying to identify this lady and asking Ethnos? This doesn't make sense. This is what I'm thinking. Like Ethnos asked us what's her name, and we are asking Ethnos, do you know her name?
Well, I'm talking to Enlos.
Oh, and they were too similar.
Yeah.
Well, I guess yeah, they all both end OSS. Anlos says, no, I haven't heard of Ilmior either.
All right.
I don't
Yeah,
think it's that
cannot be
important
sure.
to have a name. Yeah, I don't think it's that important for it to have a name. Let's just put a respectable kind of description, and then that's it.
Okay. That's all they wanted to know.
Yep.
So, you're going back to Just?
Yep, that's my plan.
Sounds like it.
We're gonna kidnap that lady.
It is late evening-ish, like 9 p.m. or something.
Do we have a plan for kidnapping
To
her?
find her?
Because this is both a serious crime and
I think we should take a long rest first so that I can re-prepare spells and find her the next day. And a long rest from this point means it's 5 a.m.
Okay. Could,
Unless she's out earlier than 5, but
Celery, could you take the could you take the disguise self forgery kit and after your 4 hours of rest, just go find her and just tail her?
That's a good idea. Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, because she's definitely not going to leave in the dead of night. But there's a
She said
possibility
she
we
was
could miss her in the morning.
Yeah, she said she was leaving in the morning.
Okay, sure. I'll take it.
Okay. All right. If you need to use it.
All right. The rest of us are.
By the way,
resting.
I'm planning to find her with locate object, and the object is the phylactery thingy.
Well, from the scry, I think it's been handed off to Walterntage.
Yeah.
That's my plan, but is there any better ideas as to how to identify her, exactly her? I don't have the locate creature spell.
You could. I mean, you could use
was just
disguise
a-
self, and then as an orc that's going to be more trusted, you could ask around for her.
Yeah, that was my plan. Not to disguise. My plan was just to go back to the, I think it was the Hall of Elders. I can't remember, but go back where we met them, and then just ask guards and ask people. I mean, we literally were talking to her earlier. It's totally conceivable we could have business.
Yeah.
It's not, it's not weird that we would want to find her. Continue our conversation from earlier.
And I just realized the locate creature object has a really weird limitation, but thankfully it probably won't be an issue in the desert. If there is a 10-foot wide thing of running water between you and the creature, it fails.
What?
Yes.
It's a desert though.
That's insane. That's so stupid.
Yes. The spell can't locate a creature if running water at least 10 feet wide blocks a direct path between you and the creature.
Interesting.
I'm on the other side of this creek, bitch. You can't find me.
I mean, if we're going that route of just asking around to find her, there's no point to going to rest anyway. We should just all go together. The
Sure.
long rest is just so we could prepare different spells. I think paladins do get locate creature.
Yeah.
Well, also, just as a note,
Oh, I
if
get
we
looking
kidnap
object.
her now, we have to hold her until morning.
yeah.
If we kidnap her in the morning, we can just take her directly to the meeting.
But we have no idea what time in the morning she's leaving. That's the concern.
Yeah, that would be the point of you
I
tailing
will also
her,
just
I
point
guess.
out that, our goal is to try to prove our good intentions to this elder. And we're trying to meet that by kidnapping someone and torturing them while under magic.
Torturing is something I disagree with. I just more so meant hold them in a zone of truth and say, are you lying? If you don't tell us, then you can either say, no, you're not lying about what you've said to the Empire, or you can remain silent as an admission of guilt.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to...
There is no internationally agreed upon concepts of diplomatic immunity or anything like that here, but it's still kind of generally seen that somebody who holds a title such as ambassador is to be treated, a little bit better. So you're not, you wouldn't be sure if the orcs would really appreciate you kidnapping an ambassador, and you would be sure that the Empire would definitely not be okay with this.
Okay. Counter.
Could you use
Like
suggestion on her to-
you have done crimes, but that would be on a whole new level.
We started international wars. I think this is about on par. But
Could
my
you
suggestion
suggestion
is,
her to come with us and then like drop it once we're
we don't
there?
have to kidnap, right? It could just be we want you to appear with us to add.
yeah,
strength
that's
to
more
our
what I
force.
was going along with. We actually go to the elders now and ask, "Can you? We would like to speak to you with her there. Can you ensure that she stays?" But honestly, using magic to say, "Please come with us," especially if I use like a mass suggestion on a high level, then she'll be with us for like 8 hours at least.
Well, would that knock out your ability to subtle spell the stubborn guy?
Depends on how I do it. If I insult her to her face and then mass suggestion, then it's a decently good chance of working, but she knows I'm casting a spell. If we're subtle spelling, I can use that twice. I can do two times a day subtle spell suggestion. So,
I don't think you'll need to use subtle spell with her if we distract whoever's with her. I think it'll be fine.
So I'm not
I feel like we should
entirely
just
sure
go
what
back to
really
the first
separates
plan.
this from the regular hostage taking, because we're still.
yeah, I mean, I kind of think we probably could just ask the elders of Jost, please, can you tell her not to leave? We'd like her to be present to ask her some questions. Because, again, trying to prove we're good.
I suppose it takes the element of surprise out of our display.
Mhm.
But that's not super important. The important part is convincing them. Yeah, sure. Let's ask the elders.
Are they going to be in session at late
Let's
evening?
go and see. Let's just go and see.
Okay. If that doesn't work, we pick up her trail and try to find her.
All right. Well, the city appears to have quieted down quite a lot. People seem to be going to sleep and so on. And the Hall of the Tribes, you arrive at it and it appears empty. Doors are closed. Nobody's outside.
There's no guards?
No. Which is why it appears empty.
I feel like at this point, I want to go back to plan 1, which is just wait for the morning, see what happens. And I'm quite happy to resign to fate that being good people are like not the way to go about it.
I don't like that at all.
If we want to be good people, we should just live out our life, and that's it, people. Live out the
nice.
rest of our life as best as we can.
That's nice, Celery. We don't really have time for your existential crisis. Let's figure out how we're going to kidnap this lady. All right. So since there's no, how many hotels are there in town?
Do we want to try to find out where she is now and then try to grab her early in the morning if you wanted to do
Yep.
it that way?
That's how I think would be best because we don't have to hold
That's
her.
my view as well. So there's still people out and about, presumably, but it's not like bustling like earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Just want to
I mean,
start
there's
there.
not really.
Start approaching people and asking for, spend some time investigating, see if we can find.
So if
where
she's
the
staying
Empire's
at an
location
inn in
is
the
staying.
city, she would probably
Yeah.
be staying at like one of the most expensive ones just because that's how political people are. Or it's possible that she's staying actually someplace that's outside the city, like with the rest of the Empire's retinue. She might be on the ship. I don't know.
I'll look
was
to
in a
print for
room
that. Any
while
clues
scrying.
as to what you saw during the scrying? How nice was the room?
Looked like a regular inn room.
I think it'd be safe to assume that the city guards would have some knowledge of where this high value individual is. We could definitely or should definitely be able to find guards if we go to the entrances to the city.
She might even have actual Empire guards
Yeah,
around.
that's another thing I'm thinking.
Yeah, for sure. Almost certainly.
All right.
Okay, well, I think that's the plan then. Is we'll just spend some time investigating to try to track her down.
I would like to start my trance.
You
Where?
want to go back to the inn?
I'm going back to the inn and trance.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
I was like, wait a minute, right here in the street. All right. You walk about a little bit. You find a random guard who actually, as you kind of approach the guard approaches you and says, "What are you doing about in this hour?"
Around what time did you say it was?
Should be
It's
close
like
to 10
p.m. at
point.
this point.
Oh,
Okay. Late, but not absurdly late.
We wish
Some
to
late
go.
business. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
We wish to go drink with the ambassador for the Empire. They spoke with the elders, and so have we. And we'd like to celebrate our success, or presumed success. It might be a bit early for that.
The god says, yes, I would also like to go and drink with the king of the elves. Now, what are you actually doing out here?
Have you not seen her out and about?
You know there's an Imperial delegation in town. It's not the King of Elves, my friend.
The god says, yeah, I heard something about that. What about it?
That's what
You
we're
know where
looking
it
for.
is?
Point us in the right direction.
I don't know. And even if I knew, why would I tell you?
Because I'm so convincing.
It doesn't seem like he knows anything.
Yeah. Who would know where they are?
The god says, the elders, probably. I mean, that's who they were meeting, I think. But why would you? What are you doing here? I don't understand. Why don't you just go sleep? Why don't you go and meet them in the morning?
We don't know. Because they're leaving in the morning.
Drink! You start your days getting drunk, friend.
That's fair.
Yes.
We tend to end them that way.
Yeah, help for that, dude. Do you know where the tribe of Ugok is staying? Ugok?
The elder?
Talk to that elder. Yeah, that.
Yes,
that
but why would I tell you?
Okay.
Who are
Please
you
tell
people?
us. We're the fire starters.
Who's that?
We're heroes. We're amazing.
Okay.
Well, I've never heard of you.
Yeah, well,
We
what's
fought
your
in
name?
the Battle of Champions in Port Lone.
Yeah.
Okay. And?
Listen here, buddy. You're not so amazing yourself. You
I've
know.
never heard of you either.
He went right to insult.
What's your name?
My name is Bigham.
Bigham. Yeah. Well. Come on, man. Just do us a solid.
Look, I don't know anything you want to know, but I can go drink with you. There's the tavern. Let's go. You said you wanted to. You said you wanted to drink. Show
They have
us.
good drinks?
Show me what you got.
This
Yes.
is the best place to drink.
Fine. I'll be honest. I really like the ambassador, if you know what I mean. Like, really, really.
Fred wants to shoot his shot. We're trying to wing it.
Please help a buddy out.
The god says, again, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. Okay?
All right,
Okay,
well then,
who's the
welcome
big-
to the fire starters for tonight. You're part of the team. Our mission is to find the ambassador so Fred can shoot his shot. Point us in the direction of your friends. Who would know? Where's the Empire? Let's go. We'll get drunk.
Yeah,
on
who's the
board.
biggest gossip in town?
That's right.
Bigham says, you could go and talk to people in the tavern. I don't know. If you want gossip, that's where it's at.
All right, let's try that. It's better than any other idea.
Roderick.
Time for a pub crawl. Let's go.
Woohoo.
The world is ending and we're going for drinks.
Exactly.
You have
That
a
should be
plan.
how you're
You have a
living
plan.
out the rest of your life.
Yeah,
Well, we're
actually,
taking
though,
your
you're
advice to heart.
sleeping. You're sleeping.
Exactly. I'm sleeping. I'm not there. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Bigham says, well, go on then, and stop wandering around the streets at night, okay? You look suspicious.
We'll try our best.
All right, you head to the nearby tavern, which happens to be the same tavern where you got your map from.
Are there many humans in this tavern?
No. You only see orcs around here,
All right.
which is by itself a little bit strange because you have seen a lot of different people here in Just.
Does Bigham have weapons on him, being a guard? No.
Yes,
Presumably.
but Bigham has continued on with his patrol.
Yeah.
Oh, he said he was going to come drink with us.
What I'm getting at
No,
is,
he wasn't actually going to come and drink with you.
Oh,
is there anyone wearing or equipped in similar stuff to Bigham, and you like potentially orcs off duty? I could easily say.
Well, people around this city seem to be carrying around a lot of weapons just for fun, so
No,
that would not really help it. Yeah.
So there's no like beret or anything that signals to.
They do have an
Citizens of the
insignia,
city.
yes,
I have
Okay.
a
with their
plan.
guards.
Oh. Is it to perform at the
Is there a
tavern?
song going on at the moment?
Oh, it is to perform at the tavern.
There is not.
I asked the barkeep, "Do you mind if I sing a song?"
The barkeep says, yes.
Why? Why?
no, he said yes. Go play.
We said yes to "Do you mind?"
Yeah.
No. Shh. We only hear yes. Let's go.
The barkeep says, we don't like that kind of stuff around here.
What about music in general? Can I play a song?
No,
Trust me, it's really good.
no. Do you want to do a persuasion check?
I do, yeah. I was genuinely considering subtle suggestion because long rest would recover it. But you know, I can try just normally asking him first. 28.
The barkeep says, what's the price?
For you, my friend, free. Tonight I am in a musical mood.
The barkeep says, no. How much are you paying me?
5 gold?
Sure, 5 gold.
Paying money to perform.
The barkeep says, 10.
7.
8.
You have a deal.
It's like, why
All
did you
right.
even bargain at 10? It's like freaking.
You pay 8 gold for the permission to perform.
Okay, so here's the plan now.
I'll take it off the cart.
I'm going to play a song, and in that song, okay. Let me think about the words I'm about to say. Because as a player, my goals are to convince people to help us find the ambassador. Now, there's many ways to do this.
Are we going to go
There's-
the same route with a guard and try to like describe her beauty and stuff like
Yeah,
that?
That's
what
what
I
I'm
was
thinking.
thinking. You were.
Heck yeah.
That seems more honorable.
Yeah, I think that's a fair avenue. I think that's something they might respect. They might help you with.
Frid has been very, in terms of like D&D memes, he's been very prudish in relation to other bard stories that you hear online. So, you know,
Right.
let's...
Right.
You're finally following your
Listen up,
father's footsteps.
That's right.
Yep. I'm going to give a song about the ambassador and how...
This has been your character arc to learn to sit.
We're on a quest. We're trying to recruit everyone in the tavern to help us find the ambassador before dawn.
Before she leaves at dawn.
That's right. Before
Yes.
she leaves at dawn. It's like the Richard Linklater. It's like before sunrise.
So the tavern itself is pretty loud, actually. There's a lot of like people shouting and everything. So you'll have to play pretty loud to overcome that.
I can manage that.
You can't just like bellow for everyone. Hey, shut up! Listen.
Do you tell them to shut up?
Yes, I do. This is important.
Should we all spread out and very conspicuously try to call attention to the bard play?
We're gonna shill for Fred here.
I was kind of just
The
thinking
only
of,
not in the room. The
if I
only
should,
not
like,
in the
sounds
room.
also, I was just thinking if I should join just like playing on my lyre just as a help, not as an actual
Yeah.
like thing myself.
But it seems like Reynard is just shouting out for everyone to shut up. And the volume in the bar suddenly goes down a lot, and everybody turns around to Reynard and looks at you intently. And they're like, what?
Pay attention. This is important.
Fred, go.
And then I start playing my song, singing about this ambassador. And her
Does Pyros join in?
Just to like try to help, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Backing track.
Immediately as you start playing, the volume shoots up again because everybody's like, no, shut up, stop, no. Everybody's very angry. They don't want to hear music. And the crowd is very angry. Do you keep on playing?
Of course, this is my love here on the line. Their feelings
All right.
are going to be persuaded by my clear love of this woman.
Reynard's
I
angry
want
at
you
their
to
disrespect.
I want you to make a performance check, but you have an advantage from Pyros, but you get a disadvantage because people are throwing things at you. So yeah, straight troll.
There's probably at least one romantic in the room, even if you don't win over the whole crowd. So they're all hearing you.
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
I believe you. Look at that.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
I'm going to use one of my lucky charges to re-roll that.
I'm prepared to use Flash of Genius on this.
That's my last charge for the day, and performance. That's
All
more
right.
like it.
Better.
And
25.
I'll use Flash of Genius, and you now have a 30.
So, instead of a hostile crowd that throws things at you, after a little bit, the orcs seem to change their mind and instead decide to ignore you. So nobody seems to be paying attention to you. They just seem to be going back to their business. But at least they are not throwing anything at you anymore.
It's time to speak some orc language here, by which I mean I'm going to go pick a fight with someone who looks like they were being rude to Fred.
I mean, if it
Try to
was
force
I
them
would
to
say
pay
order
attention.
Around.
Do you just
Yeah.
I mean,
punch them?
Everyone
I'll
was
just like
being
grab them and
quiet.
yank them out of their chair and say, rest of you, pay attention. This is important.
The ambassador's gonna hear about this in the morning and be like,
You still think we have 3 sessions left, by the way, dude? Is that...
We're gonna be executed.
It's just a bar fight. Come on.
Ambassador gets a restraining order on Frid.
yeah.
So what ensues is a bar brawl. That is what you have just managed to create. A good old bar brawl. Reynard has caused the place to flare up, and everybody starts to kind of just fight each other. You all have the choice of either like trying to stay away and trying to sneak out, or you can join in and start punching people.
Keep playing the music. They need to hear this.
I'm gonna keep playing.
I don't think they're gonna really listen.
I'll stand crouched in front of Frid, ready to try and block people from stopping him, but I will not use my bow.
This could be our show of power.
Okay, Mervyn, I am going to give you a choice here. Since you're defending Frid. From the crowd, you see that there is a chair that is flying through the air, straight at Frid. You have the choice to either take the hit yourself, or you can move to the side and let it hit Frid. You make some quick calculations and suspect that this is going to hurt.
Yeah, I don't like getting hurt. I'm.
Use your new shield spell.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a good person. I do
but
not
it's also
have darkness
Frid.
in my heart. Yeah, I know, and I feel bad about what happened at Port Lone. Yes, I shall take the hit, but I am going to use my metal skin spell because I don't want it to hurt that bad.
All right. Well, you take. Let's see.
First level spell.
You take 10 points of damage, already halved.
Okay.
And the chair, of course, shatters as it hits you and goes flying all around.
Looked badass. No one saw it, but it was cool.
I would have seen it though.
Yeah. You're my best friend, Frid. We're not gonna let anything stop us.
So again, your choice is to either join the brawl or try to get away out of the tavern.
I think we should leave.
So they're like coming at us, and I'd have to fight.
Yeah, they're gonna be coming at you.
Okay, well, if they're coming at us and like there's no possible way Frid could keep playing, I'm gonna like stop you and drag you out.
Yeah, I mean you're sure that they're gonna come in and like grab Frid and start punching.
Okay, so then I'd like to leave, and I'd like to try to take Frid with me.
if I see lots of people charging at me, this has obviously not had the desired outcome. What's
You just need to
Reynard
be patient.
doing?
You just need to be patient. This is how you convince orcs to help you find love.
Don't.
Do I have any spells that would make me stronger in a fight? I'm gonna cast Enlarge Reduce on myself.
No, Fred, no.
Okay, so Fred is joining the brawl. What's Pyros doing? Are you getting out of there?
You guys are getting sidetracked way too easily.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
No, we're still on mission here. This is still part of the plan.
As much as Pyros would love to try to help and all that, I think he realizes that this is not a valuable use of time, and so he is gonna back out, like try to leave.
All right. And Reynard, are you fighting?
I mean, I started the fight. I'm gonna win.
Reynard's now got backup, you know.
That's
All right.
I'm surprised you didn't turn yourself into a giant ape.
I was thinking about that, but that's like full on a crime, I feel. This is just me giving myself more of a chance against the orcs.
Well, Mervyn and Pyros, you make your way outside with minimal injury, and yeah, you can just hear a complete disaster happening in there.
Great. Shall we try a different bar?
We're not done here.
See,
I think they're
the
gonna
other
be a
idea
while.
I have, the locate creature is a action spell that is less than 6th level.
Yeah, I was thinking of that, but
But I
then
can
you
do
might
it.
not recover the wish in turn.
Yeah.
In
And I
time
can do
for
it
the...
once. So if she's not within 1,000 feet, it does nothing, which is why we were hoping to just narrow it down where she might be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for that spell, does it tells you, or you can sense her direction and how far away she is, or just the direction?
For locate creature.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it possible for me to send it into the chat? No, it is not. Unless I add it to my thing first. You sense the direction as long as it's within 1,000 feet. If a creature is moving, you know the direction of its movement. That
So we'd
is
have-
it.
So we'd have to follow the line.
Mhm.
Okay.
Which isn't very easy in a city.
Yeah.
Unless we fly.
Oh my
can,
god.
but-
I have fly prepared, actually, I think.
The fighting continues for quite a while, but eventually it kind of dies off. People sort of just there's some people just lying around unconscious. Some might be dead, and yeah, eventually things just sort of die down. Frid, you have taken 48 points of damage. Reynard, you have taken 42 points of damage.
All right.
That feels
And
right.
yep, you've beaten up a lot of orcs, and a lot of orcs have beaten you as well. And yeah, you're left in this shamble of a bar.
Have I managed to recruit any of them? You know, after the fight, anyone aligned with the cause of love?
You don't think anyone really paid much attention to Frid's thing, so you would have to explain to them what you want.
Then I will. I'll buy them some drinks and I'll explain why we got in a fight.
The barkeep is not serving anyone anything.
Then I'll reach out and serve myself. I'll reach behind the bar and serve ourselves some drinks.
The barkeep tells you that is not okay, and that
decided
he's
that they're
going
already
to
too
call the guards if you try to steal the drinks.
I'm trying to pay.
Refuses to accept your payment.
He's cut everyone
All right,
off.
well, fine. Then I'll relay. Then I'll relay the cause. Why were we in a fight? I'll tell the people that are still on their feet at least, and ask if they can help.
Give me a persuasion check.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Good luck.
Great.
Not so great.
Wow.
One of the orcs comes up to you and says, they seem to be very drunk. They say, I'll help you. Let's go.
My man. Let's go.
Go where?
The next bar. Obviously.
We do this until we find her.
That's right.
We go until we find her, or until we can't stand.
Or until the sun rises. That's the plan.
Should
think
we
Muhammad
expend the
would be
wish
proud.
just to do this?
Oh, we can get closer. Come on. What is my new ally? What does he think he knows?
He says that he doesn't know any ambassadors, but he knows where the elves are.
Good enough for me. Lead the way, my friend.
Insight is for thinkers, and that we are not.
All right. Well, do you all start following this new friend of yours?
Yep.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. They stumble around as you move. They are heading westwards, and they are very talkative, and they tell you all about their life. None of it, which is interesting.
I'm very interested, and we'll tell him about our life too.
Eventually, you do get a little suspicious because this person seems to be stumbling out of the city.
Oh,
Okay.
You don't see anything that way other than desert.
Where are we
We're
going, my
stopping.
man?
we're
The orc says, oh, I'm taking you to the elves.
would that be the Elven Kingdom or where the elves are staying in Jost?
Yeah, the elves, they live over there in the forest, that way.
Okay. Did he tell us where he lives when he was talking about his life?
He has not mentioned that, no. I mean,
Okay,
he does live in Jost, but not like
Right.
an address.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to your house, okay? Let's get you home.
Sure, we'll take him home.
Okay.
Try and turn him around. Yeah. Okay. After we've dropped him off at home.
He tells you that he lives just by the Forbidden Halls, and you take him over there.
Right. Because he would be at a bar close to his house, yeah.
I don't think we've ever visited the Forbidden Halls.
Oh, is that not where the Tower of the Elder is something totally different? Sorry.
Mhm.
The
All
Hall
right.
of the
Oh,
Tribes.
that's on the opposite. Yeah.
Those are the Forbidden Halls, which you have not visited.
Let's ask him what the Forbidden Halls are.
He says, they are forbidden.
You work there.
Great.
No.
Can you tell us about his work at all?
unemployed.
All right.
He's a panhandler.
Okay. Well, this wasn't the most fruitful bar fight I've ever been involved in.
How many of you have been involved in?
In D&D? I don't know.
Then again, you don't have your memory, so this would be the first.
That's right. Also the best bar fight I've ever. Okay. Well, what's next, everybody?
Yeah, any other genius plans?
Has it been 4 hours since all of that?
Oh, good.
Unfortunately, not quite yet.
I'm entrancing then.
Yeah.
Right. The later it gets, the less likely there are going to be people out to ask. So I'm thinking maybe we should just expend the wish, because I really like the plan of taking her to the halls. But if she leaves in the morning, we're absolutely screwed.
Do we think that the Empire is going back to the Elders? Like, is it? I mean, I guess we don't have any reason to think that or not. But other than they told us to come back in the morning, presumably they said the same thing to them.
Have we seen like
no.
multiple-
Okay, I don't know. Let me make this very clear again. What happens between the Elders and the Empire is completely different from what happens between the Elders and you. They have no connection. Again, no connection. So there is absolutely no reason for you to suspect that the Empire has any reason to go back to the Elders, because as far as I think it's clear to you that the Empire has already discussed things with the Elders, and they have already gained the permission from them, and they are leaving. And as the ambassador said, they are leaving, so there's no reason for them to go to the Elders. They are leaving in the morning. They are really wanting to get out of here. So no, there's no reason to expect that.
Have we seen like multiple inns as we've traveled around the city, or is it mainly just like the one?
I mean, you've seen several, yes.
And just passing by them, we wouldn't really have any idea on if they were ones that are only accepting orcs or not.
No.
I say we split up, each go and case different inns for the next hour, and meet back up and share what we've been able to find.
An hour wouldn't necessarily be enough, because it would take you like an hour to get to the other side of the city.
Yeah.
To begin with.
Was
Okay,
there a
what do you guys think?
particular area that had like multiple inns in the same area?
Not as far as you can tell, but I mean, you also don't know all the inns.
Yeah.
You just know you basically know the one that's close to the Temple of Luthic that you've been to.
All right, Pyrus, it's up to you. Do you think it's worth it to expend the wish just to locate where she is?
I mean, we haven't really had much other things pointing us in the correct direction. I'm just worried about not being close enough.
This is still a backup plan, right? Because there is the first plan of just going to the Elders and just asking them to provide a champion. There's still that.
There is still that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that 1,000 feet is very little.
It is.
It's 1,000 feet that little? How big is this entire town?
It's almost a fifth of a mile.
Yeah.
This whole town is 112 feet.
Yeah, right. Well,
Yeah,
we know that
so
you just said it takes about an hour to get from one end to the other. And
Yeah, which is
people
like-
generally walk at like 4 miles an hour.
I mean, that's a very small town then.
Yeah, that's still a relatively small town, but that also means that it's still 40 to 50 times the size of the locate creature.
You're covering like between 3 and 5% of the town if you're lucky. Now that said, I feel like we could go. There's a good chance that she's staying at an inn near the Hall of the Tribes, right? I mean, it seems reasonable to assume she'd look for accommodations close by where her primary place of work or whatever primary thing to do in the town. I just worry we're running out of time
There's
At
the
this
other.
point,
How many exits out of town there are there?
3.
3. Okay, so what we could do is very early in the morning camp out there, and then if we happen to catch her on the way out, then
At this point, I would also point out that there's one of you who is resting, and the rest of you who take 8 hours to rest are not resting, and you are supposed to be at the Hall of the Tribes tomorrow. So
okay.
at some point, you're going to have to go to sleep.
Okay, Frid definitely has to rest because we want him to be able to do as many suggestions as we need him to do. So, Frid, why don't you go back to the inn right now? And then do we have enough time if we took an 8-hour rest right now? Let's say it's like midnight.
Probably pretty close to that by this point.
Then 8 a.m. I think 8 a.m. is too late. I'm afraid we'd miss her. So I'm willing to forego resetting my spells if it means that I can take up a spot.
On limited wish, you don't have to cast locate creature. You can cast commune with nature. It's a little bigger. It's up to 3 miles radius.
I'm not seeing that. What level is it?
5th level.
One minute casting time.
Oh, it's because of the casting time.
Has to be action.
Okay.
So Celery could take an entrance. I could take an entrance, and then I mean, if you guys are willing, one of you to take another entrance.
You have no reason to suspect that they would take any other exit out of town than the one that leads them out of here the fastest back to the Empire. So that's
fair.
One exit.
Oh, then never mind. Then yeah, I'll just cover that exit, and I'll persuade her to.
I seriously feel like his ambassador route is not the route to solve the problems.
Oh wait, could we sleep at the exit? Could we like tiny hut right outside and then
I'm already in trance.
Oh, you're right, never mind. I don't know. It's a long shot, but if all we're sacrificing is my resetting of spells, then
Oh, I've got an idea. I would like to try and clairvoyance into the room that I saw. It has a 1 mile range, and this will let me know if we're within 1 mile of that place.
I think that's how clairvoyance works, though.
Yeah, you don't.
Place you've seen or visited
familiar to
before.
a place you've visited or seen before.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
I've seen.
It's and it has made the distinction between visited or seen.
Yes, but you have seen it as like something completely removed from anything else. You have seen an in-room that could be any other in-room.
Wait, is your idea to just try to cast clairvoyance, and if it fails,
It's
you know
within
you're
a
not
mile.
right?
Yeah.
I don't even know
No,
how
no.
D&D works with those mechanics.
This is a point in range. That means you have to choose the point in range that you know. But at this point, it feels like you're just casting it in the air and hoping that the point comes to you.
Just failing the targeting over and over and over and over again as you walk around the town. That feels like I said, I don't know how D&D works with the mechanics of spellcasting in that way.
Yeah, but I mean, so my issue with it is that you kind of need to, there's also the fact that there's the range of 1 mile, which means that is the range at which you can cast it. You can't cast it into a place that is outside of that. So if you don't know if you are within 1 mile or not, you can't cast it. It needs to be you need to actively, choose that point. So you need to actively know where that point is. So even if you've seen it as a completely like removed from anything else thing, then it's not really going to help.
Well, I tried something.
Okay, I think we're just going to go to bed. I think if Mervyn wants to post guard at the eastern gate, that's fine, or southern gate. I don't know. I assume it's the eastern gate.
Yeah, eastern gate.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That seems like the way to do it.
For the heck of it, when we get to our inn, like outside, I'll go ahead and try the locate creature. So, how many days? 3 days.
So locate creature.
Yep, so it is... And of course I can say the name.
Oh my god. It says here, if the creature you describe or name is in a different form, it doesn't locate. What if this person is the disguised wizard that stole the key?
Or a changeling.
Right.
That really is a small range.
Yeah.
Some spells are just very...
It works fine if you're like inside of a dungeon or something like that.
Someone's trying to hide from you or something like that. You're just fighting.
Yeah.
But in the middle of a city, it's not great.
Challenging.
Well, I think that's an issue on the mechanics of D&D. Like, some spells are just, when would you use them? And but that's a very off-topic debate.
They are situational, as much everything is. But yeah, unfortunately, you do not sense the ambassador within 1,000 feet of you.
All right.
Damn.
So you go to sleep.
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
Mervyn goes to the eastern gate. The guards start asking questions.
Right.
They want to know who are you? What are you doing here?
Where are you going at midnight?
I got separated from my party, and we're supposed to leave in the morning, and I have no idea which hotel they're in. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stay here and wait for them to come through in the morning.
Give us a deception check.
Okay.
I believe.
I'm actually proficient in deception, so it's not as bad as it might. Okay, we'll use Flash of Genius on that.
I was gonna say, do you still have one of those?
I do. I have many, yeah. Because they reset at the beginning of the day, so. So now it's a 14 deception.
While we wait for those results, what is Celery doing as you wake up? Do you have anything that you wanted to do?
Oh, the whole reason is just locate object, but I'll just locate object at wherever I am, and if it's the same result as Pyros, I guess that's that.
Is it the same range?
Same 1 mile range,
1,000
but
feet.
this is going for the.
Oh, it's 1 mile.
For that
No, it's
Oh,
1,000 feet.
It's
Oh,
yeah,
it's
it's
even
1,000
smaller.
feet.
Yeah. Even smaller.
Yeah, it's way smaller.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, no. I assume the skull goblet is what you wanted, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. It's not within 1,000 feet of you.
Nobody left me a note saying that Mervyn is somewhere, so I guess I'll just stay in the Taven. Right? Logic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just gonna.
You wake up,
hang
I'm
around.
not there.
Mervin's been kidnapped. I know.
Yeah, but I mean, to the point of these ranges, these are also pretty low level spells.
Mm-hmm.
The
Can
creature's
you
4th level.
upcast these or no?
Nope.
Even upcasting doesn't really do anything, right?
Yeah.
But then, if you do locate animals or plants, you have to describe a general creature, like a deer, and it will tell you if there are any within 5 miles.
Not where they
That's
are.
useful.
I mean,
Direction and distance
yeah,
to the
not very
closest
useful.
creature or plant of that kind within 5 miles.
All right. Well,
Celery,
If
leave the
Celery-
city. Then we'll locate a creature on an elf. Why did I'm imagining her as an elf. She's a human, right?
No, she was an elf.
I thought she was an elf.
She was an elf. Okay, she was an elf. Celery leaves the city.
Yeah, that's why the
Locate creature
person,
on an elf.
Wanted to show
why
us
that
the
one orc
elves.
was leading you
Right.
to the elves. Yeah, so Celery, you're just hanging around then, I guess.
Yeah, there's nothing else I could do. There's no one to make plans with me, and I'm not the kind that want to do plans. I just want to show up at the. I just want to show up at the elders and know that it's a fruitless cause.
But see, while everybody else is sleeping, you can then just like take a bunch of papers and just start drawing plans and
That's right.
and making like
No.
Getting
You know
some
what I'll
red-
do? I'll actually enjoy life. I will do what I want to do with the last moments of my life. I want to pray to Malaki, even though it's not gonna do anything. I'm gonna find food that I like to eat. Do window shopping with nobody around. I'll go ahead and enjoy life in the foodless.
Wander the city
for
at
some of
3
this-
a.m.
I guess for some of this time before going to bed, you could try the praying to Bahamut thing, see if we can get Bahamut to request Horfnidring appear for us.
But I don't want to pray to Bahamut. I want to pray to Malaki. If Malaki responds, great. But otherwise, I'm not doing anything more than that.
I mean, Pirates can try it before going to bed.
Okay. So the guards with Mervyn, they say, don't believe you.
No?
No. What are you doing in here? Why don't you go back to... Do you live here?
No.
Well, there's an inn right over there. Why don't you go over there? Get
But what
get
if
some
they-
lodgings.
But what if they come through while I'm sleeping? See, if I'm here, then I definitely won't miss them.
Well, if these friends of yours are coming through here, don't you think they'll wait for you then?
But they don't know where I am.
Doesn't sound like our problem.
Well,
If Mervyn is outside
I
the city,
mean-
is that their problem anyways?
right.
Jurisdiction problems.
Well, let's assume you said you didn't believe me. Fine. Let's assume for a moment, for the sake of the argument, that I'm lying. What?
This is the absolute worst way to go about anything.
What? I mean, what's gonna happen if I sit here and wait with the both of you? I mean, I'm not. You're bigger and stronger than me. I'm not gonna be able to. I mean, what am I gonna do?
I can't stop you if you want to physically remove me from this place. Please don't remove me from this place.
I think the point we're just trying to make is, what's it gonna hurt?
Yeah. What? Yeah. What's it? Yeah. What's the harm in letting me hang around here?
The gods say, yeah, I guess there's no harm to us. You'll be going to jail, though.
Oh, why?
Insubordination.
But I'm not your subordinate.
Yeah, but I said I didn't live here.
Vagrancy is probably the charge.
Yeah, hang on.
But wouldn't insubordination only applies if you're breaking the law and you refuse to listen to it? If that's the case, it just means like insubordination is just anybody. Then it's just a way of using authority randomly. If terrorists are breaking any law, then there's no reason that it's insubordination.
Do they have ranged weapons?
They are probably just making up stuff to, you know. But yes, they have weapons.
Do they have ranged weapons?
Yes, they have weapons. All kinds of weapons.
All right.
There's many of them, not just two.
Yeah.
Do you want to kill another guard?
No, it's fine. That'll probably backfire on us. And
Probably. Only probably.
Probably more thinking of like running away.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run away, and if they start to pursue, then I'll cast fly.
What do you mean by run away? Because first of all, they seem to want you to leave.
Oh.
So
they said they were gonna arrest me.
No, they said like they are gonna throw you into jail if you stay around here. So.
Oh, I see. I sprint away.
Can I interject here? As exciting as your plans making are, I have to drop here, so I hope you guys figure out something in the next hour or so.
All right.
And then I'll catch up next week.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
See you next time. Are you retreating back to the city, or are you going out to the desert?
Ooh, great question. I mean,
to the cold desert night.
I mean, would I
wouldn't
suffer?
Be alone. You'd have Todd.
Yeah. Would I suffer any negative? Does it seem like it's cold enough that I would suffer negative effects being out here?
Yeah.
Okay, then I sprint into the city, and I'll like duck behind. Is there anywhere that I could wait? That's like, you know, if she's exiting through that gate, she has to come past on this road, like, and I can duck behind this building. Like, is there anywhere like that?
Like right over there.
Oh yes, I could just sit in the window all night.
Watch that be her in. You're sitting there in the window, and she comes downstairs.
All right, yeah, I'll sprint into the. I'll say, good night then, and I'll sprint into the inn that they pointed to.
Mm-hmm. The door is closed to the inn.
Are they watching me? The guards.
Yes. if you're looking back that way, yes, they are looking at you. You being extremely suspicious right now, just running around.
Okay. I'll kind of shout back at them. They're closed. I'll see you guys later. Walk around the corner.
All right. You're behind the
Are there-
corner.
Are there many guards on patrol? I can't just wait at a street corner.
I mean, not many guards, but yes, there are guards that walk about, and they would probably spot you
Between
just
now and
skulking
sunrise.
around. Yeah.
Okay. What if I were on a roof?
That would make
on.
you way less suspicious.
No, I mean, are the roofs as such that I could, hide?
So obviously the map is not entirely 100% descriptive of everything.
Yeah.
But you may probably tell that the exit to the city is protected by a guard tower.
Oh, I see.
Yes, so I think
I'm
there's a
seeing the
little
tower
issue
now.
with
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think there's a little issue with the roof plan.
There's an issue with. Yeah.
Because none of these are apartment buildings, high-rise apartment buildings.
You could try to hide in a barrel, maybe.
There is one bush.
And then you would need another barrel for Todd.
Smaller barrel.
I mean, Todd is already a barrel. That is his body. Yeah, my plan is quickly falling apart.
Oh, is it? Is it?
If
Oh,
only you were a good liar.
it'll only last for an hour.
You were gonna bring out the disguised self, weren't you?
I was, yeah, because we met another guard. We talked to him.
Oh god, that'd be an idea and a half.
What if you skywrite saying
He's
that
nice.
it's okay for Mervyn to be out here?
Oh no! Oh no!
All right. Do you have any plans, or are you going to go sleep?
You know what I didn't try was knocking on the door of the inn.
Very good point.
So I'll go and I'll knock. Looking back
The guard-
because they can see me again.
Yeah. The guards look at you, and you see them being like, "What?"
I just remembered I didn't try knocking.
After a while, a sleepy innkeeper comes and opens the door and says, "What is it?"
Could I have a room with a window view? And,
A window pointing that way.
and total shot in the dark, wild guess. Is the ambassador to Colton staying here?
Like 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
The innkeeper says, they say, "Who are you?"
I
Wow.
am a man.
They seem a
with
little
money.
confused.
I am a man with some money, and I would like a room at this inn with a window facing that way.
guess this might be the time to try to actually convince him with the money.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't declare that I was taking money off the cart, but like when I went off on my own.
You have money with you, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
The innkeeper says, okay, well, we don't have any rooms available there. Best I can get you is there's a basement. You can share it with some of the others. How about 20 gold?
Now, see, that's not what I asked for.
Also, just to underline it, 20 gold is exorbitant of a price.
I know,
That's just
yeah,
absolutely
yeah.
crazy of a price, but I think it may be because you opened with, I have money.
Are those rooms taken, or do you just now want to, or are they just not prepped for a guest?
The innkeeper says, they're taken. We're full. As I said, the best I can do is the basement. Do you want it or not?
Fine. I pay him. I go down to the basement. And I wait a few hours. And then I very carefully like when it's like maybe a half hour before dawn, right? I wait until then, and then I slowly creep upstairs, so I can sit at the window to the out. Because I assume the first floor, like the entrance, has a window to the outside. Is that?
It does, but it doesn't unfortunately have anything pointing towards the exit out of the
But
city.
it points towards the street. That's gonna
No,
not the gate itself.
No, you're like on a. It points like out into the desert. Yeah.
Oh.
Just go sit in front of the inn. If the guards come by and bug you for vagrancy, just be like, I have a room here.
Yeah. I'm just getting some fresh air.
You can just sit on the street. Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Perfect. Is the door going to automatically lock behind me if I sit outside?
No.
Okay, great. I don't know if they would even have this mechanism, but I'll do that.
All right. Well, you're sitting outside the inn, and I guess soon enough, a guard comes walking over from the guard post. One of the guards that was interrogating you before. They come on over and they say, "What are you doing?"
I'm just getting some fresh air. I have a room here.
Why don't you go back to your room then?
It's really, it's in the basement, and there's a bunch of other people there. It makes me very uncomfortable.
The guard says, that's not my problem. Me and the others, we were talking about you, and we think you're mighty suspicious.
Oh.
There's been talk about some thieves in town.
Again, back to my point I made earlier. If I were a thief, you think I'm going to... my plan, supposedly, is to wait at the gate where there are as many guards and then steal from people in front of them.
The guard says, I don't know what your plan is, but if you're a thief, you better stay out of the way, and if you're not, you better go inside where it's safe, okay?
Fine. Go back inside.
Just crack the door and kind of poke your head out and watch.
How long
Poor
does
Mervyn.
Arcana last for?
Poor Mervyn being bullied by the gods.
always and forever. Up to 1 hour. Yeah, you know what? That's probably safer. It's like a half hour before dawn. Yeah.
Sure.
I'm gonna use Arcane Eye to put an eye outside so I can watch the gate. How far away can I? Oh. Okay. So then I can once I put it out there, I can go back down to the basement and watch from there.
Wait, are you going to go to the gate and cast a spell?
No. I don't need to sorry.
Forms within 30 feet, but then you can move it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's invisible. Celery's done
Yeah.
Arcane Eye a bunch of times before.
Yeah, I know how the spell works. I'm just asking, like,
Yeah.
where do you cast it? Because you imply that you're casting it there.
Oh, I wanted for it to go there. I mean, I'm not under time constraints, so I cast it in. Wait, sorry. It can pass through stuff, right?
As long as there's
Or
a
no.
1-inch hole.
Then I'll crack the door open
That's just-
just to let the arcane eye out. Just to let the arcane eye out, and then I'll go downstairs and have the arcane
Sure.
eye sitting by the gate. Okay.
Sure.
That's one of my 2 4th level spell slots.
Well, within 1 hour, you don't see anything interesting.
Great. Okay.
Did you cast it again?
Yeah, let's do it a second time. I guess I could use it. I could use 4th level spell slots for upcasts, but you know what? Whatever. Yes, I do it a second time.
All right. Within that hour, you don't see anything interesting.
Okay.
And so now it's at least an
Proper plan.
hour after dawn.
Yeah.
The others, you are waking up.
When is our meeting? With-
Morning.
Today.
Morning. Today. Okay. I'm gonna. This might backfire on me horribly.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna exit the hotel because I'm sure they'll see me exit. Then I'm gonna duck behind a corner where they can't see me. And I'm gonna use disguise self to use the disguise self forgery kit to become the guard that we talked to the previous night.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna walk up to the group of guards.
Okay.
And I'll just sort of stand the way they're standing in whatever formation seems like correct. You know, if they have like spots or if they just sort of freeform.
They ask you, what are you doing here?
Oh, I'm filling in.
Filling in for who?
Filling in.
Of course, this is also an important part to mention where it is still Mervin's voice coming out.
Is it? Oh, well, then I'm putting on a voice. Is it really?
Yeah, it doesn't disguise your voice.
Yeah. Okay. Then I put on another voice,
Like,
and
before we
I
had
pick
Done some.
the name. I picked the name of the guy who was, because I, Kate, do not know orc names. I picked the name of the guy who was very chatty and drunk.
You never asked for the name.
He wouldn't have said his name?
No?
Okay, fine. Crenshaw.
I mean, you can go.
Only
You could go like a long time with chatting with people without ever exchanging any names. That's why it gets awkward when you're like, "By you."
Yeah.
I totally know your name.
I heard the one guard gave us his name earlier. It was like Biggin or something.
Biggest.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm
Bigham.
disguised as Pig.
Yes.
Biggin.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, that would be a bad
Well, they
idea.
give your own name. Who gives a shit?
I'm
They
filling in
recognize
for the other Biggin.
All right. Well,
Well,
give
I'll use
me
Crenshaw. I'm filling in for Crenshaw is the name I'll give.
Yeah, give me a deception check. This is going to be a
Great.
very hard one. I'm telling you right now.
Well,
A very
why?
hard one. Why?
You're impersonating a guard to a bunch of guards.
Okay, I'm ready.
And you
I'm
just
ready.
blurted out a random name.
I'm ready to use a flash of genius too. Okay.
Oh God.
A
Yeah,
random
you
name
may.
that might sound slightly familiar to some of them.
Okay.
So, what, we're going to be 4 people in the final part of this campaign?
Yeah.
They're not gonna catch
Kate
me.
Kate can roll a new character. The god say the god says oh, the champion? Sure. What are you actually doing here? Come on.
Oh, you got me. I
Just
I
repeat
wanted-
your same story from before. Exactly. We've got some friends coming.
Oh boy.
my mother's coming into town, and I'm waiting to meet her.
Honestly, this has been my favourite session.
I'm so sorry for taking up this much time.
No, I think we are all extremely entertained by your antics.
I've never laughed this much during this session of D&D.
Now, if I was extra mean, the gods would say something like, "Your mother died 20 years ago." But the god says, "Oh yeah, from where?"
Consult your map real quick.
Pulls out a map quickly.
I mean, that road goes to Cantock, so I'll say Cantock.
Oh yeah, what's your mother doing there?
Oh, she got word that one of her old friends was really sick, so she went to go see him. And now I got a letter that she's heading back. Give me another deception check.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
You gotta roll good eventually, right? Yeah.
Oh my god!
Yes.
Honestly, man, like he was like an uncle to me. I mean, and he's not doing well.
Do you want to use your flash of genius on that?
Sure, why not?
the guard says, pull yourself together.
I'm sorry. That was very weak of me. I
Wow.
I wanna see her as soon as she gets in.
The guard says, aren't you supposed to be on duty, though?
Yeah, I asked someone to fill in for me.
Oh.
You know, it's really awkward. I've known this guy for years and still don't know his name.
The new guy.
The guard says,
And at this point, I mean, I can't ask him. Like, that's just
the guard says, do you need Gnog?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's probably it.
Yeah, okay. Well, you're not supposed to be around here anyway, so why don't you just go on home? We'll let your mom know.
Come on, man, really? What? Oh.
The out. Please take the out.
No way to cut your losses.
I'm staying right here, goddammit.
I'm very upset, but no one touched me.
Mother's
Yeah,
gonna
right.
keep on trying to come up with lie on lie on lie until 1 hour later the disguise goes off.
Fine. All right, I guess I'll wait for her at home.
All right, take care.
Have a nice-
Bye-bye.
Bye. I'll walk very slowly along the road.
Trying to keep an eye out for someone.
Maybe she'll come around the corner.
Just take up a patrol.
Just hope that the person that comes
Dress
around the
up like a
corner
guard.
isn't Bigham.
Yeah,
That's right.
you know what? I can go out of view and just sort of patrol, right?
Well, again, yes, but you would need to watch out for Bigham, and you have also just told somebody that you're not on duty.
Yes, that is true. Fine.
We're gonna see actual
Fine.
Bigham. I'm gonna be so confused.
Fine. You don't want me to have the ambassador. I get it. Fine. I'll cut my losses and I'll go to the hall of the should I go to the inn first? No, I'll just go straight to the hall of the tribes.
Don't you want to go to your friends?
No, I'm sad. I failed.
Because I'm not sure if the others, was your plan to just go to the Hall of the Tribes, or were you going to go and help Mervyn with the ambassador?
Probably that. I think when we wake up, we're gonna go to the east
They
gate.
go to
and try
the
look
gates
for
and then the guards will be like, "Oh my god, he was telling the truth about waiting for friends."
That's right.
Yeah, and then they'll just point us towards the inn that you went into.
I have not come out of.
So, do you want to try and capture this ambassador, or do you just want to go to the Hall of Tribes?
I don't. Fine, I'll go to I'll go to my friends instead of going to the Hall of Tribes. I'll go to the inn. Hey guys.
How'd it go?
Star speaks at this point.
It didn't go great. But I think you'll be proud of me. Those guards were giving me a really hard time, and I did not shoot any of them.
That's good.
It's great, yeah. Real
Well
progress.
done, Evan. You did
I
the
suppose
bare
it's too late
minimum.
to ask now, but also, did Mervyn drop the disguise?
Oh yeah. I think yeah, I would.
Mm-hmm.
Because the chance of someone Bigum seeing me as him, that's bad. So I would have dropped it.
Well,
So what's
at
the
this
plan?
point, we probably need to just head to wait for the decision because all we know is it's in the morning, and if we end up trying to find where their ambassador is and miss the chance,
Well, I don't think their time would be like. It's not like, oh, it's 9:06. It's you're done. I think it's just morning. Just means be there before lunch, right?
They also didn't say morning, they said tomorrow.
Oh, well, there you go. We're fine. I thought they did say in the morning. But okay.
Oh well.
Regardless, I think we go to the East Gate.
Okay.
Pick up where Mervyn left off. Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe without Mervyn.
Maybe without Mervyn. I was going to say that.
Actually, wait, Mervyn, you come with us. Sneak back into that building, just so
Yes.
your cover story isn't blown.
Yes. No. Yeah. No. Tell them we're waiting for our. Have you seen our friend? And then describe me, and then I'll come out of the end, guys, and they'll think I was telling the truth,
And then
and
what?
they'll
though?
feel bad.
Then how do we get to stay there, waiting for them?
I think we just post up like we're an official thing and say we're part of the Imperial delegation and we're waiting for the rest of us before we leave the city.
Don't they have badges and stuff?
Do we still
Higher
have
help.
those passes from Molten Ridge saying we're working from it?
I think so, yeah. But also, the story Mervyn spun at the guards was that you are leaving. So
Yes.
Well,
if you
And they'll
pursue
pick me up
that,
on the way out.
if you go on with that, then they are expecting you to leave.
Well,
Right,
I
we're
mean,
just waiting
it's
for the
not
rest
crazy.
of the friends.
Yeah, we're waiting for the rest of our party.
I mean, unless you want to just leave and then come back in through a different gate.
Oh. All right.
Okay, well, you make your way to the gate. Does
sneak
Mervyn go
out.
to the inn?
Yes.
Okay. The guards ask what you're doing loitering about here. These are, they ask why you're loitering around.
Making preparations to depart the city. Once the rest of our party is here, we'll be off.
How many?
Oh, not entirely sure. At least 2 more. I think that I don't know that I have the full information about who's staying behind and who's coming with us.
Who are you?
Oh, we're with the Imperial delegation.
Deception check.
Sure. Not very good at that. Why was I talking?
Oh, God.
Because I
I come out the inn at that moment, guys.
That'll help.
Yeah. It'll obviously help. The guy that they think is very suspicious joining
Mm-hmm.
the one who just clearly lied to them.
The guards look at Mervyn, shouting. And Mervyn, you notice that these are completely different people.
Okay.
Oh.
And then the guards turn back to Reynard and say, no, you're not. Who are you really?
Who are we really? We are with the Empire, or at least we're trying to be. We're discussing business with the ambassador. We were just dealing with them on all of the tribes yesterday. The hope is when we leave the city, it will be as one party.
All right, well, go ahead then. Leave the city. You can wait out there on the road if that's where they are going.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we can do that. We're gonna have any trouble getting back into the city.
Now there's 2 other gates.
Yeah, we could just go around.
Or just fly over.
How far away are you going?
I mean, I'm acting really annoyed that they even asked us to like move on. We'll just go right outside the city gates. Like 100 feet.
They shout, keep on going.
I was really about to yell, make me, but no.
That would probably not help.
No, that would not help. I'm like, seriously, like that, we'll move another 20 feet. You know what we're doing. We'll be off soon enough. Don't worry about it.
They shout out, you better move out of range, okay?
And I'll just, what?
Range of what?
No, like I can't hear them. Like
They shout again, away.
But it doesn't really matter at this point. If the investor's coming out of this gate, right? We'll see her. Is there any other traffic? I mean, now that the sun's up and such, is anyone coming or going?
Not currently, no.
Okay.
Are you moving away?
A bit.
I guess we should very slowly.
Very slowly, and like looking like I'm irritated at they're just giving us shit for no reason.
I'm not sure why you are being stubborn about this, though. Like, what are you losing by following what they say?
Well, because we're waiting for people inside the town. It's not that we're not complying. We are
Yeah,
complying.
Chances are those
but
people
I
are
mean-
going to be following the road.
But what I'm saying is, like, you have scales here. You have the option to, do what the gods are telling you, because you have nothing to lose with that. Or then you can be stubborn and kind of go against what the gods are saying and risk them getting really angry at you. So
yeah, I really don't.
We are
I
complying,
just,
for sure.
well, I mean, we definitely want to make sure we don't go like an hour out of the city because it's going to be problematic to get her and get back and get to the hall on time, or just like
but
within a reasonable time. Because
but there's no reason for you to like stop at 100 feet.
yeah. We'll keep walking very slowly. And hopefully she'll come out at some point.
As you're walking very slowly, as you make a point, one of the guards actually shoots an arrow in your general vicinity.
Oh,
We'll walk a little faster.
Show of strength. Show of strength. Show of...
oh.
I do not think they mean invading the city as a show.
I'll pick the arrow up, walk back to him.
Wait,
Hey,
we were given 2 instructions. We need to convince them of our good intentions, and we need to show a show of force, and we only heard the second part.
There was also a third one, which was follow the rules.
Follow the rules. And
we are following the rules. We'll move along. He wasn't trying to hit us with that arrow. He was just sending a message. We got the message.
Yeah.
Well, after a while, you have moved out of the, immediate vicinity of the guards, far enough away that they don't see you close by, and you hang about for a while. And eventually you see from the city, you see a couple of people riding horses. And as they get nearby, you recognize that must be the ambassador.
Oh. Does she recognize us? Or is she not really looking yet?
They are just riding towards you.
So, are we going diplomatic approach of asking them to come back with us, or are we gonna start spell slinging from the start?
Start with diplomacy.
Start with diplomacy.
There's a group of there's 5 people. There's the ambassador, as well as a couple of other people. Riding along, and as they get close to you, they appear to be just like, they are not slowing down or anything to greet you. They seem to just be going on. So do you stop them?
Mm-hmm.
We're just gonna stay.
How
in
many
front
are
of the horses.
they, roughly?
5,
Is it 5?
Five.
as I said.
Sorry. And we did gain the benefits of a long rest. So,
Mhm.
Potentially, except for Mervin.
what's the range on that? 60 feet. I'll call out to them politely. Hi. How's it going?
They stop at a reasonable distance from you. You sense that they seem a little wary of you, and the ambassador speaks for their group and says, "Greetings, esteemed adventurers. It is surprising to see you here on the road. Are you heading back to Kantok?"
Actually, we were waiting for you, because we'd like to speak with you, but didn't know where you were. Bit unorthodox, this method. Admittedly, yes, we understand that, but we thought it was our only way.
The ambassador says, "Very well, I have a few moments I can spare, but not long. We have a tight schedule we need to maintain, I'm sorry to tell you."
Do they seem like so apprehensive that they're gonna like panic if we like try and get closer?
Well, they do seem to specifically, like, it seems intentional that they are keeping their distance, so.
Right. Okay.
We are
'Cause
like
I was
heavily
hoping-
people on the road.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd be able to distract whoever she was with, so you wouldn't have to use subtle spell.
I'm also meant like I would just mass suggestion all of them and hope that they all fall under it.
I don't think that's necessary. Unless you'd rather use mass suggestion than subtle
It
spell.
lasts longer as well, which is an important
Oh.
distinction.
Yeah.
Depending on the spell slot they used.
So, Pyrus would just call it. Would you like to speak somewhere where the temperature is more comfortable?
The ambassador says, "No, as said, we do not have time for that. We only have a few moments. What is it you wish to speak of? Come out with it, so we can go on with our journey."
Who do you directly report to?
The ambassador says, well, I... The ambassador says, Lord Talford.
This may have just been Duke thinking for a long time, but I'd like to incite her.
That was me
Yeah,
just thinking for a long time.
Yeah,
I also want to incite that.
I want to incite anyway. Damn.
Well, as far as you know, well, you don't really have any kind of like frame of reference for this, so you don't know who this Lord Talford is to begin with. You haven't heard of him. So maybe it's true, maybe it isn't. The ambassador doesn't seem to be like straight up lying, obviously lying or anything like that, at the very least.
Did she seem very put off by the question?
No, it was just a matter of fact.
See, when we scryed on her yesterday, she was talking about hoping Walter Rich's plans go well and thinking less of us. So I think she's lying here.
Well, what you asked was who does she directly
Yeah,
report to?
I know. So might not technically be a lie either. And this is
I wouldn't even say that she's necessarily talking down about us. She said that she didn't think we would cause trouble.
We're about to disabuse her of that notion.
Yeah, but so that means either she thinks we're good or she thinks that we're not big enough to take care of the issue. It's one of the two.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, let's do this thing.
Reynard says out loud.
No.
and draws his weapon or some shit.
Yeah.
That would be in keeping with the spirit of the rest of the session, but
Yeah.
This is like the last chance to decide: do we want to do this or figure something else?
Yeah. No, she's coming with us. We put way too much effort into this, not to.
I
to follow
spent too
through.
many spell slots and resources. But I absolutely did not need to.
Morally, Frid is conflicted because she could just genuinely be innocent and it could just be a misunderstanding. Like at the moment, we're the only ones who've done something wrong with evidence.
What have we done wrong?
Do you want a list?
Can you imagine?
There's not enough
we go
time left
up
in
there,
this session.
We
for
have
us to
Zone of
list the
Truth up.
problems with-
We're like, she's lying, and then she's not.
Really, the only thing that we have on her right now is that she called this place a cursed land.
Right.
She might just be racist against orcs.
Yeah, like
Well,
That's-
that would be good.
Okay, wait a minute. What did she actually say? What was?
We
Think
can
about all
finally
these
leave
sides.
this cursed land.
Yeah, but she said
and
something
she hoped
about.
Walter Rich's plans were working and that we're not going to pose an issue to it. To me, like I didn't write it down, which hindsight is 2020, because I didn't think that would be necessary. But I got the impression she's working for Walter Rich's ends, and they had already set up. That's something I will ask. If you've now gotten, so this is out loud, if you've gotten permission from the elders, are you going to set up now?
Oh, good question.
The ambassador says, that's state business. I'm not at liberty to discuss such things.
Should we tell her that we're agents of the Spy Master? We've been working for the Empire in secret this whole time.
Internal
Again,
affairs.
as we wish to help, and if we get permission from the elders, we will go and join you. How long will it be before you guys set up? Are you able to tell me that?
She says, "No, I'm afraid not."
Why is that?
I am not at liberty to discuss such things with you. One of the other people with the ambassador says, talks to her, not in a voice that would be loud enough to be meant for you to hear, but you can probably tell that he's saying like, "Can we just move on?"
Mhm.
The ambassador says, the ambassador says, "Is there anything else I can help you with? We do really have a tight schedule."
I'm gonna look back to the party because this isn't something I just want to do on my own.
I say confront her.
If we agitate her, will the command for suggestion then be unreasonable?
Depends on what the suggestion is.
Okay. Because if the suggestion is come back to the hall with us, then right now, to me, it seems reasonable enough for suggestion.
Mhm.
But if we antagonize her right now, then it might become very unreasonable.
Depends on what the wording is. If it's like help us directly prevent the world from ending, that could work. But I don't know. It's also partly down to dupe what the character feels is reasonable or not. So it's a bit hard to
Yeah.
judge.
Yeah, and also whether they think in that scenario, whether they think that you actually have any sort of means to save the world.
Mhm.
Because as far as you've just to remind you about kind of last time when you spoke to this person, as far as you can tell, they seem to be really convinced that the Empire has things under control and you are not needed. I mean, they are being really polite with you and everything, but you have maybe picked up on the fact that they are kind of trying to just appease you and kind of just push you to the side, and they don't really want to like work with you.
We are an
But
unknown
they
variable
just
that they do not want to add in.
yeah,
Sure.
they're just being like very nice about it and just trying to be like, we don't need your help right now.
All right. So before we actually like pull the trigger and become hostile belligerents, what exactly are we planning to do with her? We want to put her in front of them, put her in a zone of truth, get her to answer questions. What are we going to ask?
Have they already set up before getting permission from the elders?
Okay, that's good. So showing disrespect for them.
Yeah.
At this point, as you're thinking about this, I'm gonna remind you of one of my favorite things that I've learned as kind of a good rule of thumb in these kinds of situations. Never ask a question you don't know the answer to.
Yeah, that is the cardinal rule in judicial.
Because that thing you were just thinking about is something that they might the answer might be just like no, we are respecting your wishes and everything.
Mm-hmm.
How many zone of truths do you have?
Second level spell slots, so I have 3.
Okay,
Plus,
so theoretically we could
cast it as well.
So if we do suggestion, it's not the same as charm person. She's not going to regard us as acquaintances. It's friendly acquaintances. Okay. So if right now we ask her questions, she's not necessarily going to answer, and she's going to get mad if she's forced to
Right.
answer.
So there is a path here where we force her to rehearse and we come up with our, you know, if we're using legal speak, like our actual direct examination questions will be a result of some pre-trial preparation work that we do with the Zone of Truth right here.
Yeah.
It's just a question of, are we willing to cross this line? Because this is probably going to result in, you know, 4 dead Imperials and a captured ambassador.
Another thing to consider here is just because we prove that the Empire doesn't have the best of intentions in getting permission, that doesn't automatically mean they'll also give us permission.
Right. But we can interrogate her.
Yeah, I feel like bringing her to the council should be seen as like a heroic thing if we're like, we have good intentions because we want to prevent you from being duped. Is like,
yeah.
I think they'll respect that. I do see your point though.
Well, especially if the questioning goes well and we can produce good evidence.
Yeah.
It's just a question of, are we willing to, this is a borderline evil action. Are we willing to take this?
I don't want to I don't want to act without cause, because they're just a wheel in this. They've not done anything to us intentionally. Like, we've had people try to hinder us intentionally who we've killed, but that was them directly wanting to do harm to us. These people haven't shown clear, visible hostilities to us, so I don't think it's justified in self-defense or saving the world reasons to act without any visible thing. My next thought would be, say that a spy has revealed the information we got through scrying, and that we know they've already set up, and see how they handle that. We basically we can just bluff is what we've got. We can bluff, but that's about it.
That's good enough to like get the conversation started. I think the concern that I have is at this point, we do actively believe as a group that the Empire is not acting in good faith, or at least that Waldenrich is not acting in good faith, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Given that we believe that, I don't know. I mean, honestly, even like dissecting my character's motivations, I'm not sure that I would agree to just kill 4 people.
I don't think we should kill them. I thought that the plan was, if the suggestion was cast on her, whether if her envoy is not aware of that, then if she turns to them and says, "We're gonna go back. I'm gonna go with them to the hall," they'll just obey her. Like, they're not gonna stop her. If they know we cast magic on her, then obviously that's a problem. But I didn't think that we had to kill them ever in this plan.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think that's warranted, given that we suspect the Empire's motives. We need hard proof. It's the only way we're going to be able to get there, and that by itself seems to me to excuse a lot of behavior that we would otherwise not do.
Yeah, and
right, given the direness of the situation.
Are we worried that the orcs are going to like kill her for lying to them?
Well, if she is genuinely lying, like, we don't objectively know that she was lying, other than the fact she doesn't like the place.
Right.
We don't objectively know that she was lying on behalf of the Empire. If she is, then she's committed a crime internationally and is toying with the fate of the world at that point as well.
That's
so
just the
at that point,
of her actions.
She's a roadblock. Remove her. But until we have clear evidence, she's just an innocent person doing her job for people who we suspect are evil. You can't go after a McDonald's employee at a register for thinking that the CEO is evil.
Yeah.
So.
So maybe I think we kind of
should have had this discussion last night.
Yeah, I know. I think we can I think we can have a
I say, here's what I say.
sort of interrogation right now. I think it's fair. What you said about bluffing with her right now, I think we can do that.
I say we bluff and we use mass suggestion once just to say, are you guys lying about what you've done, or like tell us the truth to some extent about that kind of stuff. Just like hopefully one of them will either know yes or no if the Empire is lying outright about all of this, and we can get some sort of clue.
Okay, so the suggestion is tell us, did you lie to the Council of Elders?
Yes, but it also doesn't work as the same as Zone of Truth, as Dupe has said before. So the wording has to be quite specific.
Mhm. Well, if we do that kind of confrontational inroad to begin, like confront her with that, if we can prove that she lied at some point, at that point, for me, the gloves come off, at least, again, in terms of my character's motivations. And at that point, I'm willing to do whatever is necessary to interrogate.
Yeah, I still wouldn't want to kill the guards, but yeah, we could, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like I don't know that we're ready to, right now, morally, to just jump straight to, let's just stuff her in a bag and smuggle her back into town. Like that,
Also,
that seems like too far.
The four other people are not gods.
Oh, what are they?
Oh, what are they?
You don't know.
Did they just look like commoners? Or at least...
Well, not commoners.
Not like
they. If you had to guess, this was a group of nobles, rather
Does she have
than
any
commoners.
arm? Does she have any guards?
They are not gods, but they are equipped with weapons and everything. But they are not like they don't look like they are working here as guards.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so they might not. I mean, they'll protect themselves because they have weapons, but they might not jump to protect her.
Oh,
I mean,
no,
they probably would. They probably would, as they probably are working for her, and also they are probably also they. I mean, you get the sense that a lot of these people might be pretty important people.
Okay. Yeah.
So.
All right.
Yeah.
I think we have a plan. Start with confrontation, magically assisted, and then go from there.
Yeah.
I think so, but at the same time, if we, let's say we do cast mass suggestion, and they say no, we're telling the truth. We've done something very bad.
We'll walk away. It's okay. They're not going to come after us. It's okay. What, you think they're going to chase us down and like fire at us?
I don't know. I'm thinking more morally, character-wise. Like,
what is it so
Frid has
terrible that
morals?
we've done?
Frid does have morals. They're confusing morals, but he does have them.
Wait, so
Well, hold on.
So the
Hold
terrible
on.
thing we've done
Hold
is
on.
cast mass suggestion on them. That's not that bad.
At this point, I'm going to say that you have been standing there awkwardly silent for a moment, so you're going to have to choose right now whether you cast mass suggestion or not. Is that what you do?
It's fine.
Make your choice.
Yes, I cast mass
No discussion.
suggestion.
All right. And what's your suggestion?
My suggestion is help us
Help
enter
us.
the tower.
That's the suggestion.
Enter the Tower of Arc.
That's your mass suggestion?
Yes, help us enter the Tower of Arc.
I thought you were going to use it to determine if they were lying.
Well, it's the same thing. If they're helping us, part of helping us would be telling. No.
Would be.
That's a pretty vague request you're making there.
Okay. I'll be a bit more specific. Let us know if you've been truthful with the elders and your intentions. Is that acceptable?
Yep. What's the DC?
It is a raw 18, which is not great.
And you didn't even insult her first.
Yep, I didn't even insult her first.
I think it's a good suggestion because
If you did
Even if she-
mass, I
if
guess it's
she's
to
a-
all of them.
if she's a cog and the Empire's bad, but she doesn't know it, then she's of no use to us with the Council of Elders. So this plan bringing her only works if she's aware of the bad stuff.
Mhm.
So hold on, I forgot it already. Your question was whether they
Were lying to the elders and were
Yeah.
untruthful in their intentions.
um
Or the Empire's
the
intentions, rather.
the ambassador says no, of course not. What are you implying? And none of the others like speak up right away, but they also seem to indicate the same kind of response that no.
Then I will say the mole you have in your empire told us that you've already set up your camp at the Tower of Arc.
The ambassador says, well, if that is what you believe, but as I said, I cannot discuss these things.
I think we kind of have to assume that she failed to save because we have no way of knowing.
I've not got enough. Fred does not have enough reason to continue hostile or potentially hostile
Yeah.
acts towards her. So he'll just say, very well, thank you for indulging us as much as you have. We pray you do save the world. And then I will step aside, allowing them to pass.
You can tell Woldendrich will see him at the tower.
All right. Well, the ambassador and the troop rides on, unless somebody wants to attack their horses.
No. Wants to versus will.
Polymorph the horse into something else.
Mervin has a 300 feet range to snipe one of the horses.
I do, yes. It would have helped us so much if she was a snake, but I think it's
No, if she's not.
I
She's
think-
not.
if she's not, then it's not helpful to us.
Yeah, you get the overall sense that with all of these checks you've done, all of the interactions you've done, you get the general sense that the ambassador either doesn't know anything, or doesn't know anything, or like
Either the
doesn't
Empire's
know
good
it-
or it's bad and she doesn't know it.
yeah, like the ambassador doesn't know if there's any evil, and or regardless believes in the Empire, of course. So
Yeah, the only thing that we have against her is that she doesn't like it here.
Yeah, and
Then
I
again,
don't
we
think
also
that's-
didn't like it that much with the whole being extortioned out of using their scrying and whatnot.
also hot desert.
Well, now we get the enviable task of walking back through the city gates.
The
A
sky's
different
fit.
gate.
Hey guys, we're back.
I mean, worst
Yeah.
case scenario, Sky itself and Lannis. But
Well,
Oh, you
anyways,
discussed
I suggest we continue on with that next time. So next week, back to just somehow and meeting the elders, and we'll see what you come up with as your plan.
Can't wait for us to be arrested for the bar fight.
No, come on,
Or-
that happens all the time. That's not a
Or
big deal.
Mervin being arrested for
Personal
everything.
suspicion. Oh, it happens.
Will the guards put it together in time to alert the elders of what I've done? I don't think so.
Certainly not.
Will they know necessarily that it was you?
Well,
You're-
they might put it together if the mom never comes into town and Bigham says that wasn't me. They might put it together that the weird guy that was trying to stand there is the same guy, but
Would a gate guard go to the leader of the town and say, "Hey, there was this weird person hanging out"?
yeah, I know.
No.
I don't think.
I think we're totally fine on that regard.
Yeah, it's
Well, not the most productive session, but a good time.
It was very fun.
great.
Yeah, so back to David's question earlier, you still thinking it's like the 2 to 3 sessions?
Yeah, right.
I was honestly expecting you to be at the elders speaking to them within like an hour of the session, but
Right. Best laid plans and all that. So we'll do that next week.
Yep. All right. See you then.
All right, guys.
Bye bye.
Bye, everyone.
There we go. All right. Thank you everyone for joining in on one of the final sessions of D&D. I will see you next week with more of this and yeah, some games as well. Bye.